Re-equip weapons, yes. Okay, I guess we'll start with this. Hi everyone. Um, Actually, let me pull up the restream thing. I want to see the chat myself off screen somewhere. Okay. All right. Um, okay. Hi everyone. This is Infi again. I'm gonna start streaming a little bit early today because there's a bunch of things to do, and I also kind of want to sleep early today. So uh, I'll still stream until like 9 p.m. or something, I guess. But I might end the stream a little in the middle a little bit and then come back at 7. But I want to get a lot done today, so I'm gonna stream a little bit now. Anyway, so what are we doing here, right? We started a new account and we're trying to get it to endgame from scratch, um, all on stream. The I played a little bit yesterday off stream just to get. Uh, I wanted to see how my berries were, and so I realized that actually I have a lot more berries than I thought I would. So I realized that I can actually afford to leech Kirin and Huanglong to get the weapons, which are very strong. So what we're gonna do today is we're gonna load up the raid finder, and we're gonna do our normal stuff with the stories and going to the side story and um, doing the Rise of the Beast event to get the 200 badges. Um, but we're also gonna like anytime there is a Canadian raid that pops up, we're gonna just go leech it um, because the weapons are very good, and you can buy the weapons just from like leeching the raid, and it has some other really good drops. Like it could drop a seal, for example, um, and it drops the mats that you need for the weapon, but it also like drops some other stuff that you need to like unlock classes. Um, just a bunch of good stuff. So uh, uh, we're gonna leech Kirin and Huanglong all day long. If so, I don't think they're very active right now. They would be much more active in the Japanese prime time. Um, but we will go leech any of those raids that we can. Okay, but our primary goal today is to just get to 200 badges for each element in RTB. I only have 5 completed. I need to do all the rest of the element. Um, and yeah, so if I get to like 90,000 more pendants, so if I basically complete this 100,000, then I think I can actually get the second gold bar from the shop. We bought the first one yesterday. The first one's really cheap now because they made the first set of nuggets. First 15 nuggets are like only 5,000 per nugget now. So the first one is really cheap to get, um, but the second one's a little bit more expensive. Um, and as for the Eternals event, we're just gonna do the daily at some point, and our maniac quest, and just forget about it otherwise. Because uh, we already got the weapon, and we also already got a FLV copy of the summon. So we're more or less done with this event. Um, so yeah, I know I started this account at this time for um, many reasons, but the biggest reasons were um, the fact that we could get like a free eternal from this event, and Lake Fest was going on, or rather flashfest, uh, with higher draw rate and all that. And then there was also like a Rise of the Beast going on, right? So uh, a lot of stuff going on at the same time, but probably as it was probably the best time to start ever in Granblue Fantasy with a brand new account. If you have a starter account, that's a separate thing, right? But like if you wanted to start with a completely fresh account, that was probably the best time to start. So that's why I started it on Tuesday when the flashfest started, right? So let me just go ahead and use our free does to see if we get anything. Um, Summerville. Uh, I think this is my first win character, right? Yeah. Okay. My fire's not looking so bad now, actually, um, because I have some good SSRs already now. I'm not gonna use anything else, so I guess that's it for um, Flashfest. I might use some of these though. Let's just see if we get lucky. Oh, hey, nice. Okay, my fire is like really good now actually, and we got a Kolulu copy too, so that saves us a Dama bar down the road. Uh, so so we're still maining dark, of course, but we can segue into doing uh, fire on the side. Hey, um, so and actually I still have some more tickets, right? From the daily login or whatever. So be on this tab. Uh, Beginner's character weapon draw. Oh, is this a free SSR? Looks like a free SSR. Never mind. It wasn't. It's just some character, I guess. This one's a free SSR though. So let's see who we get. Ah, I wanted a character, man. What the fuck? Okay. Oh well. This is just from my RTB. No, this is actually max level weapon draw. This is separate. Did I not buy the tickets from RTB? Or maybe I already used them. Don't remember. Um, yeah, I haven't bought them. Maybe if I have some extra left over after I buy out the second gold bar, I'll buy these also, just so I can like reduce his stuff. And final tickets. Uh, that's it for this fest. I think considering that we were only around for like we could have gotten luckier, but this is still a decent haul. Um, our fire is looking really good in particular. Both of the new characters, right? So that's really nice. Uh, we will need some other characters for other main hull elements. Water doesn't even exist right now, but that's okay. Water Magna sucks anyway. We're just gonna ignore water for a long time. Alright, okay, so hi, SME. Alright, cool, thanks. I'm gonna close your stream, I guess, as watching it. Okay, so yeah, the goal today is just to do RTB pretty much, or RTB related stuff like leeching Green and Huanglong until we get both the weapons from the shop. Uh, so in particular, like there is a couple of weapons that have massive normal boost, right? So these are the weapons I'm talking about. Let me go show it to you. Yeah, these are the weapons, right? So, like I said this morning, I was actually playing on my main account in Japanese Prime Time, and I realized that there were a lot of keen hosts, a lot more than I thought. So I actually played this account a little bit off stream. I wasn't planning to, but uh, it's, I just leaked a little bit. So I'm gonna do the same thing with Huang Long to get all these weapons. So we actually have enough for keen weapons now, at least the best. But then we need more, five of these to uncap it as well. So I'm not gonna get the harp for now because ARP is good for main hand, but otherwise it's not really that strong a weapon. But I'm gonna get the other two. This is a EX modifier weapon. Also reduces light damage, so it's a really good weapon. This is like a bread and butter core in dark. Um, yeah, I don't think I'll do that, but we'll see. Um, at least like the plan is to play it on stream, right, and not to play it off stream. Um, but I think I will actually stream JP Prime Time Saturday or something, just to try and get because so one of the things that new players might not know is that there are certain times when it's better to play compared to the rest of the times in the day. So especially when you're new, right? You just want raids to die fast. So you want to because you're just getting carried or leeching, right? So the best time for that is Japanese prime time, which is you know like starting from 9 p.m. JST to like 1 a.m. JST or something like that, right? Around midnight JST, um, evening time there in Japan. That's when the raids are going really fast and all that. So that's where I got this Kirin weapons this morning. I leached a bunch, just like did nothing but just leeching. Um, and so right now, let's go. So anyway, that's the goal for today. I'm gonna keep this up here because I got a suggestion that it might be good to just keep the agenda around up here. But I just want to show you what the raid finder looks like, right? Um, so we were reaching Nehan at some point, I guess, but um, we're gonna just where is Wang Long? Yeah. So we're gonna pin this, right? And whenever there is a host up, we're gonna go legit. We're gonna do our random stuff, but whenever something like this pops up, we're just gonna go legit and otherwise we'll just let the people kill it. Uh, so the thing is, these raids are actually really expensive. Uh, they they never get put into the Magfest exception. Basically, they always cost 5 EP, and they will never cost lower, even during Magfest. Um, so I was not considering doing this at the start, but I think I got more berries than I realized from the scratcher or something. So I think I have enough berries to actually get those weapons. So that will help us out. That will help us out a lot. Um, so let's see here. So I'm gonna go ahead and pick up the green weapons. I actually let's do a. I wanted to do this yesterday before I close the stream, but I forgot to do it. Um, let's do a damage test, I guess, of sorts. Um, let's change to Dark Fencer, just so we have the diff down. I want to do a damage test before and after, basically. Um, after picking up the green weapons, it should go up by a lot, I think. So I think the game remembers nowadays, right? All the skills you pick. Well, this is like a tier 3 class anyway, I guess it doesn't matter. I can definitely pick a better raise though. Buffing. Raise 3. Okay. Um, Extreme Lingoid Plus. So this is the actual um, Guild Wars defense, right? The Guild Wars EX Plus. It has slightly higher defense than normal content. So if you didn't know, um, a call, the Bahamut call also gives you like a raise 4 equivalent. So if I were to look up the buffs here, right, I have like another attack is boosted, so it boosts normal attack, just like the raise 3 does, but it's actually a raise 4 equivalent. Um, so I want Kull's def down. So that's already like I think on day one when he tested this, it was like 600,000 total damage. Okay. But like we're already much further ahead, just from skill leveling, like our weapons and all that. Even though we haven't even finished that yet, they're only at like what, level 5, level 4. I guess we picked up a couple more dark weapons, but yeah. So, but like in about 7 or 8 more hours, we have what's this? Like almost 6 times more. So, so that's I guess one of the big appeals of Granblue Fantasy, right? That you have this almost exponential progression at the start. Okay, is this raid still available? So probably just use my keyboard instead. Ah, never mind. It got full. Are you going to clear their fate episodes soon? So I I suppose I could. They don't really. I guess Kolulu has a good skill, but these aren't really that big a deal. But yeah, I probably should. It says here though, I need to clear um, Evil's downfall. Wait, this is saying chapter, right? This is like the tooltip is throwing me off. So I guess this Zui is locked behind the main quest, so I can't do her. Um, Sixes I can do, I guess. Do they? Uh, um, I guess I'll see in a little bit again. Oh, from here instead from there. Okay. I think I just need to do our first Fate episode itself, because I don't think I did even that. Yeah. Once I'm done with sixes, I'll start with twos. I actually haven't read Event 6's Fate episode at all, like even on my main account. I heard it's really nice, but um, oh, okay. So this is what I mean. I can unlock it. Okay. That's really weird, actually. Like I thought they let you do the first crystal quest at least, and it was the skill quest that was locked. At least that's how it was for Black Knight. But it's interesting that for Zui, apparently you can't even start the crystal quest. Oh, you mean the Fate episode of 6? Yeah, I saw some like I don't mind spoilers myself so much, so I saw some pictures. I guess mask off, smiling, and all that. Yeah. All right. Okay. I should like pay attention to this. Actually, I want to change class back. Um, 'Cause I want to level up all the classes, I guess. So Dragoon. Nope. I want the other one. It's not really a big deal, but don't think Kolulu is logged behind anything, so I can go from this menu. Alright, okay. Thank you for pointing out their Fate episode stuff. I wasn't even I was hyper focused on something else. Um, but at least Zui's third spell AoE damage, so it actually helps out quite a bit. Uh, and Kolulu gets to cast her skill again and gets a free uh, Ogi, so they're actually both very strong spells to pick up. I have no idea what 6 does though. I still haven't read. I thought I unlocked it. Maybe there's like one step left. Triple attack. Seems just like a regular 6 thing. What the heck? I wish they would stop doing forcing this. Uh, I just want to use my regular party. I could actually be doing some ROTV on the side. I actually need a lot of badges for wind. I think I don't even have 50 right now, so um, I think the wind hour ends soon though. Oh, that's unfortunate. 'Cause is it changing after? Is it changing in 9 minutes? I think so, right? 7:59 a.m. GST. Well, what's that in PST? Yeah, it's ending in 9 minutes. Oh, that's unfortunate. Just wanna leech, I think. At least get the daily out of the way. Otherwise, I'm gonna. That's fine. Yeah. Other than just doing ROTB and leeching Huanglong, um, I'm just gonna continue with some side story and main story. Oh, that's unfortunate. I will need to be more careful about that. I don't want to get clogged up. So I guess I'll just leech one Huanglong at a time, because it could take longer to die. So you can only be in 3 raids at a time. Uh, 3 raids hosted by others and one hosted by you. So at most you can be in 4 raids at a time. So I will only leech one Huanglong at a time, I guess. Hmm. completed. Really? Yeah. Waiting get the summon net. I hope that didn't fill up it. Seems like it's actually interesting, but these raids don't actually fill up. I'm a little surprised because it used to be that they would fill up instantly, no matter what time of the day they were hosted. I guess with the new HL raid, there is really no reason to do this, other than rank 250 people are hosting it because they are already done with everything that these raids give, and they're just trying to get more gold bars. So because the hostess has a gold bar, right? Even for this lower tier, just Wang Long by himself or Kane by himself. That's why the hosts are ranked 250s, and all the people that join are like lower rank people like myself. But yeah, it seems like the HL version of the raid have essentially completely killed the lower versions. I'm not complaining though, because these raids are actually really nice um, for where I am right now, and it's nice that I can get in without like having to constantly cut my wrist or something, because that's what it feels like sometimes trying to get into a popular raid. It'll die fast enough, I guess. So yeah, if you're a new player, don't like feel bad about doing what I'm doing, which is just like going into a raid, casting one spell, and then getting out. Because there's not much more you can do actually. Like, you actually can't do much more damage anyway. Um, and that's pretty much how everyone started. So you can pay it forward later. You know, you can actually contribute damage and all that later. But um, as a new player, uh, the the best thing you can do is actually just leech as many raids as you can, as quickly as you can. So the efficiency part comes in like um, being better at leeching, right? So like bookmark the raid screen so that you can get there faster, things like that, right? Okay, 2 minutes left for the win thing. I think I actually joined that one already. That's the one I mean, I think. Okay, so man, I thought it was gonna be like one every 5 minutes or so, because that's what it looked like earlier. Okay, but There are more hosts than I think, even at this time. Not complaining, I guess. Oh, that's fine. What did I want to do? Actually, I wanted to pick up the weapons from the shop, the green weapons. So, I was talking about this earlier a little bit. So the clean bow is a core dark weapon in basically all variations, because it provides a 10% damage cap, um, and that's really valuable uh, no matter what you're trying to do. Really, that's interesting. I thought I turned auto reserve on. So all these random weapons, right? They start clogging your inventory really quickly. Back in the day, you had no choice but to like feed it manually. But now we have these grails, and you can actually go into the settings and it's under miscellaneous, I think, where you can basically say, okay, uh, as soon as my inventory is above 200, start feeding everything into the chalice instead, so that your inventory is not just clogged from random nonsense. Um, but yeah, the clean bow is one of the best weapons in the game, really, because it provides a massive normal boost. So massive boosts are not that common. Before grand weapons were introduced, these were actually the only weapons. So the first weapons to have massive boost were Kirin and Huanglong weapons. So Huanglong katana and Kirin bow. Then we started having massive unknown boost with Xenos, and afterwards they started introducing the grand weapons. A lot of the grand weapons have a massive normal boost as well, but Huanglong katana and Kirin bow are still uh, core in both of their elements for the most part. The bow in particular, the katana is not used in many variations of light grid, but the bow is used in like practically every grid you can think of, because it has a damage cap up alongside the normal boost. There is a downside to it, the 10% cut to dark HP, and this is actually a multiplicating dark cut, so it's actually a really big HP cut, but it's still worth it. Um, and then the other weapon I'm going to pick up, like I said, I'm going to ignore the harp for now. The harp is really only useful as a main hand. Um, I guess I could pick it up too, but I kind of want to save the mat for uncapping the bow or the sword later. So I'll ignore the harp for now. So now we don't need to have some other element stuff as filler anymore. We have enough dark weapons. Okay, and I don't need this cheap stuff. Okay, so I'm still gonna keep the Neptune Spear because it's gonna give me more RP, right? And I still want that. Fine. Okay, so I'm going to try to get each weapon in this grid to level 5 before I end the stream today, or before I end this session of the stream. And then we'll do another damage test. So we were at like what, 3.6 million? I think we'll go up at least a million, maybe 2 million, just from having these weapons at skill level 5, the two new weapons. It might even be more. Uh, but let's go back to um, leeching. So I'm actually done with fire, right? Um, so I don't want to leech public raid anymore. I'm just gonna host the small guys instead for um, Earth, because I think I'll play until the water hour comes around. So I'll do the Earth and the Wind guys. Okay, and just like yesterday, I'll just get my alt to come kill it. So okay, and don't feel bad about that either. If you have a senpai or a friend, or if you join like a big Discord, get someone to come kill your stuff. You can also just tweet it, of course, but the problem is because the current hour is fire, nobody's gonna want to join my like Earth host, right? Um, so I'm gonna just get my own alternate account to come kill it. You could of course get a friend to do it. The name of the game as a low rank player is just get carried and be elite. That's pretty much it. I want to see how much Johnny drops I got yesterday because I finally started actually playing with the AP, right? 75. I think I'm not gonna use them today. Um, yeah, that's actually really mean that there some people even at rank 250 and uh, reaching like a 30-man raid or an like a 18-man raid is not the end of the world because um, even if there are like just a few people, 3 4 people doing damage, then the raid will usually kill you, right? But 6-man raids are much tougher and not really something that you should leech. Yeah, people will start blacklisting you, right? So you don't want to be known in the community a um, as basically someone to avoid. Um, so if you are hosting like a difficult raid, you should try and host it in co-op instead, because there are usually less people leeching in co-op, and also you get more control, right? So you get to kick people. You get to check that they are in the right class before you start. So um, so if you want to host a raid that you definitely want cleared, then you should do that in co-op instead of to the regular raid menu. Done with those, so I guess we are starting the Shadowverse collab. It won't let me start. I still don't know what the story of that collab was. I've never actually played it. I just know it's the Shadowverse collab. Some people are joining it. Must be their strike time or something. I don't have any idea about the Shadowverse lore. Uh, um, I haven't really played card games too much. I played Hearthstone a little bit when it was very very new, like when it was in beta. Um, but yeah, I'm not really into card games too much, I guess. They They seem okay, but it's just like I have never really played card games too seriously. So, and to be honest, Granblue Fantasy takes so much time. There's no time for other games, especially because I play like 3 accounts now. There's no time for anything else. Fighting games. Yeah, actually, you know, but I guess I've always been this kind of player who just mains one game at a time. Um, because even back in the day, like really back in the day, I used to play like Dota or Counter Strike, right? And I didn't really play other games so much. It was either, oops, um, it was um, either Dota or Counter Strike one at a time. I never really played other games so much. Um, I used to play JRPGs uh, before I got into Counter Strike, but ever since I started on Counter Strike, it's always been like one game at a time. First Counter Strike, then Dota, then Granblue Fantasy, I guess. I did play some MMOs in the middle, um, but yeah, that was very brief. Um, Counter Strike, yes, but I was in Nepal and there wasn't really much of a computer scene. Um, but I did play it like fairly hardcore. Um, and yeah, I also played Dota like a lot. My life was Dota uh, for about 10 years. I played nothing but Dota like all day, every day, any any time, any free time I had. Um, and now I'm playing Granblue. I'm doing the same thing here. Um, I actually wasn't planning on picking a game after I finally got rid of the Dota bug, but shit happens. Man, these hosts are more common than I think. It's actually, I'll just leech until I have the katana and the spear, I think. How many do I need? I need, um, so it's 5 for each copy of that, and then 5 for each copy, so that's 25 times 3, 75. Okay, I'm at 16 right now. I'm talking about this, uh, actually, it's easier to find in the shop, I guess. Yeah, so you need these guys, right? And you can get them by trading this, and I have 16 right now. So if I were to get to 75, then I would have all 3 weapons, and that's my goal for today, to get all 3 weapons from light. Actually, I meant to go to the red screen. Oh, did I change my bookmarks? Come on. So if you have to pick one of them, right, I would probably pick the katana first, just because uh, you know you're gonna be playing Magna Light most likely as a new player, and the massive normal boost is really big. Um, you can get like unknown boosts from random side story weapons and things like that, but a massive normal is not that common. That said, there is a Bahamut weapon on the side story. You should pick that one up too as soon as you can. Hmm, it's kicking me into this raid too much instead of my side story. Hmm, actually I have no idea. You don't have Shadow. Can I just attack this? Uh, I haven't done this side story in a while. Usually you have more than one character, and Luna's first skill is kill your ally. So I was just like, what? Man, stop kicking me into a different box. Oh, so I have like auto copy on for my raid code or something. So it's like copying what I did here instead. Okay, let's not do that. How do you unlock them in the event store? Uh, which raid are you talking about? Oh, the no, I think they're rank based. Um, the weapons are always there, I think, but to uncap the weapons, you need to clear the raid. As far as leeching the raids, they're like rank based. Like I think they become available to you after rank 50 or something, if I remember. Like once you're past rank 50, you can start leeching these raids. So that's one of the reasons you wanna rank up fast is a lot of content is gated by rank. So you wanna rank up and then just start leeching stuff. There's really a lot more hosts than I thought. Maybe I can just focus on getting this out of the way then. I need like 50 more. Yeah, my autocopy thing is messing with me too much. I'll turn it off, I think. Let me do that. So it's one of the things that I do on my computer, like overall. Um, I have a Python program that runs in the background, listens to all uh, GVF stuff coming through, and then copies like any raid code. So if the last raid I joined was, this box, then it's gonna copy that box. That's what was going on. So I copied it from here, but actually because my alt joined this raid, it copied that instead. So I turned that off now though. Um, so that's like a advanced thing. Maybe I can talk about it sometime. How to set that up because that helps a lot. But I really think the game should provide that as an option. It's unfortunate it doesn't. To copy your raid code for you, because you can't copy this. You can just tweet it or send request, but you can't actually copy a red code. So if you have a friend, you can't give it to them easily, and that's a very annoying problem. That's actually interesting. I hadn't even started the raid, but it still kicked me to the event screen. Where did my ult go? I think I unlocked all tier 2 classes. Okay, tier 3. So this is another important class to unlock. I would say for tier 3 classes, Dark Fencer, then this is probably the second most important class to unlock because of this skill, Phalanx, and just a lot of defensive utility with the substitute. Uh, uh, there are there is a different class called there are a couple of other classes to that you want to unlock. One is Hawkeye, just so you can leech better, right? And then there is Bishop for just dispels and healing and all that. Um, but if you're actually trying to play the game normally, then I'd say Dark Fencer into Holy Saber, just so you can actually start contributing in the raid, which is Phalanx or debuffs or something. but um, that used to be more of a thing, you know. Like you would have had to think about it more back in the day when experience wasn't just free. Nowadays, you can, you know, even outside of Magnafest, it shouldn't be too bad to unlock all the classes, um, to master all of the classes until tier 3. You should be able to do that in like a week and a half, even outside of Magnafest, I think. So once you have more than 3 raids that you haven't checked the results for, it'll just kick you to that when you try to join a raid. Um, so you can only have, oh, that was nice. Uh, so this is probably, not this one. Which one was it? This should be the top one, right? Okay, this one. Um, I guess it was the top one when I cleared it, but because it was down further below, it means actually it was one of the older raids. So this is probably the best drop you can get just from leeching, because this is 10,000 points, right? Uh, 10,000 pendants in the for the first set, but for the latter set, it's actually 30,000. So as a new player, just leeching the raid, the best drop is, if you're really lucky, you'll get a lot of seals. Man, that was loud. Sounded nice though. I liked her voice, whoever that was. Oh, the stream is not getting any audio? Yeah, my bad. Sorry, I didn't notice that. I had somehow muted that for some reason. So I was going to try to get like a, you know, some sort of playlist going, but I'll do that on the weekend instead. For now, I'm just gonna play the game and see all I'm gonna I'm not quite sure what I want to do for like Lego. It's out. Okay, let me see what I can do about the volume then. Is that better? Yeah, I have no idea about it. Like, and also there's, you know, because I'm restreaming this to YouTube also, I guess I also have to keep in mind, like, not to use copyrighted stuff or something. I don't particularly care, but I also don't want my channel going down for no reason. Can I just randomly click buttons here? Not ideal. I have no idea what their spells do. I know Luna's first skill. This will kill an ally, right? Oh, not in the story itself. I see. Could turn it down a little more or increase mic volume. Um, okay. Is that better? Because I think... let me see. I will try to get... okay, cool. For people that were playing, when was this collab originally like run? You know, when was this an actual event? Because there's so few chapters. I'm thinking this must be like a 2016 or even 2015 collab, right? I see. So that was actually just 2 months before I started. So I missed it just by a few months, a couple of months. So you know, the thing with Wanglong and Killing Raids is they're so expensive. You know, you can't really afford it as a new player unless you start doing Magfest or you know get unlucky, quote unquote, with the scratcher. Because I think I got like a couple 300 berries from the scratcher, but they were actually useful in this case because the raids are actually very expensive, 5 per pop. So I could not do this without the game randomly throwing berries at me. How many pots is that? Because if you actually play Guild Wars very seriously, you can easily eat like 4 or 5k pots, even more honestly. Especially if you're just a dedicated mid slave. I know some Japanese mid slaves spend like 5k pots per GW or something. Um, by that you mean you want a top 100? Um, so I don't know if it will continue this way, but every single time the ranking gets harder in Guild Wars. Like the amount of effort it takes to top 100 nowadays is just so much more. Like you used to be able to top 10 with that, but now you barely get top 100. There's just more people playing, I think, which goes contrary to the dead game mean, but somehow there are still more and more people competing at the top. It gets very competitive. 3D is not that bad. Like if you just want top 2k or top 1k, that's not that bad. If you play 17 hours and have a half decent setup, it's you're gonna get there easily. And top 100 is not that bad either. It's really, if you want to get like top 10, then if you want to get top 10, then you really need a very strong setup. You can't just hope to grind it out by like playing longer than others. You actually need the speed if you want a top 10. Um, and so you need a good setup, and you need like a lot of different techniques in Guild Wars, like C-ball thing and all that. You need a very efficient setup. Lots of things that break terms of service really, but everyone does it. So I don't know. If you're really curious and you really want to go for top 10 or something, then talk to me. I can help you figure some of that out. Things like the auto copying the raid in the background and things like that, the raid code in the background, stuff like that. Mm, I think this is actually the raid that I'm in, right? Oh no, it's a new one. Do I need this guy in my party? I think it's one of those stories. Managed to get Norma and Annie ticket to the Jetta Investor. Yeah, but you also need the grid, right? Like, it's not enough to just, I think that's a new raid. It's not enough to just have the characters, you also need the grid, especially if you're planning to run Kaim in the front, which is probably going to be the optimal setup for Earth Guild Wars. Okay. About, I think I need about 30 more of this. I think in about 20 more Huanglongs I'll be done for now. And then I'll need more after I hit HL. You frontline Kaim, basically what you do is you use Facet at skill 1, which gives you 80% echo, right? And then you copy that with Kaim. That's more or less it. So you have two characters with 80% echo. And actually, Kaim will actually end up doing more damage because Kaim has his own buffs. Um, yes, you lose the backline passage. That's why you need a strong grid, because Kaim makes a weak grid strong if he's in the back. But if you actually want um, if you actually want to run him in the front, then you need a very strong grid. Just a second, I am getting some text. Um, I think Finis Magnitude was probably just about good enough, but um, especially for like Nightmare 100 or even Nightmare 150, although I think the Echo setup is not going to work for Nightmare 150 anyway. Um, at least it's not going to be optimal, I think. Um, for that, you probably want an actual Titan grid with like a lot of stamina. Alright. Yeah, um, you kind of need a lot of stuff if you want to go for the top in Guild Wars. You know, like uh, if you really wanted to, you could pick up a Demi Titan or something, but I'd recommend against that. Um, because for general purpose, magnitude is strong enough, and it's it will just feel bad later when you actually get the real Titan. It's like you lost a Sunstone for no reason. I did that one. Actually, I wanted to lit. Um, I mean, uh, it's not a bad idea, especially when you're new to go hard in Guild Wars, because the loot from Guild Wars is actually so good when you're new. Like, the more boxes you can open, the better it is. Yeah, because rather is new, right? If you are like done with all Eternals and all that, then that's a separate story altogether. At that point, you're doing it for pride. Um, but more valor is more valor, right? And especially if you're already at the end game, then it's not that difficult to, as long as you have a good crew, right? It's not that difficult to stay in top six. One it takes honestly just maybe like a couple hours every week is enough to keep up with new content if you're already at the end game. Um, uh, Other than guild wars stuff, of course. So this side story is actually the other side stories that we did so far. They're not that important, except for so the Shadowverse side story actually has a couple of interesting things. Luna herself is a very useful character to do pendant farming. So whenever you clear a raid, right, a lower tier raid, and not HL, not high level, you start getting these pendants, the renown pendants, and there is an extra bonus for using rare characters or SR rare characters, right? So um, one trick to get more pendants is to use like because the pendants also based on your damage contribution, so you have to do at least a little bit of damage to hit a certain threshold um, uh, before you can actually get the pendants from that raid. So one thing you can do is run Sarasa with a couple of SR characters and then a SR character in the back. And as long as one of the characters that you are running Sarasa with is Luna, Luna can then kill Sarasa with her first skill to bring the other SR from back. So that way you get more pendants. Um, so you know, for new players, Sarasa is a very good pickup. I think um, unless you are gonna go very hard into dark right away, and you know, um, like I am doing here, and even then, like I'm not sure that Esther was the best choice here. I think she is already starting to pay off, uh, but if you're not starting in, it's perfect time to start like I did for this account, then I would say Sarasa is a much better pickup um, for the first character. But of course, that depends on like how strong you get before your first guild wars, right? So like if it's 2 months or something in, and then you can already do like um, all the daily quests in like a few clicks, then it's not that great anymore. But if it's like yeah, the I know that that for this event it's during 6th anniversary only. On my other alts, all the other alts, I actually picked Sarasa. But for this one, I felt like because I picked up Zui and Kolulu and event 6, I felt like I would get strong enough that I wouldn't really need Sarasa. But on the other hand, if I had picked Sarasa, I could start doing the rotation like right now, you know. But that's gonna take too long without Sarasa, so I'm just ignoring it for now. I'm gonna get to HL, unlock Hard Plus, and then start doing it. Um, I actually really wish they would be faster about adding things like um, like clearly things that were aimed at new players to side stories faster. So the internal event I hope gets into side story, but I think it's gonna take 1 year at least. I really think they should add Nobio to the side story already. Um, I don't know why it's not here already. It's actually not so fair for people that signed up today to not have Nobio, whereas older accounts have him just for playing through a event. Yeah, I think the part that people miss about skills is that yes, the damage cap is there, right? But there's also the 20% unknown boost, right? So it's like pretty much a Geno, but you can use it for any element. I don't understand either. I got really a lot of hate on Reddit for saying that. So whatever. It's still like probably the best thing I could have picked up, and therefore I picked it up. I need. I think I'm almost done with this Huang Long. I need like maybe 5 more. Actually, wanted to go here. Yeah, I think this is already a very respectable grid, Like once I skill level everything here, this is like for a new player, this is actually such a respectable grid. Um, I, the problem I have is I don't have skill fodder. Okay, I just need my raids to die now. Come on. I was talking about good side stories, right? So in this first few side stories, uh, you should definitely do the Shadowverse one just to get Luna to do the SR pendants thing that I talked about, right? Uh, you can kill off Sarsa or some other character like Zui, right? So that you can start with the SSR character, do a little bit of damage to hit the threshold, then kill the SSR character with Luna um, to get more pendants, more bonus pendants. Um, and then actually this event also has this summon, um, the Bellringer Angel. So it's a interesting summon in the sense that when you summon this summon, you get to summon on any of the other summons right away, even if they're in cooldown. So until you have like a decked out summon grid with a bunch of useful summons, is actually very nice because she could potentially make your summon available again, like the one summon that you have. Let's say you have a Lucifer or a Bahamut, right, or something like that, or maybe Athena. Or she could make that summon available right away. Um, so she's an interesting pickup. And also for other side stories, I think the summons drop from the quest, or they can drop from the quest, so that you could grind them out even after you reduce them. But this summon you can't, like, so you should never reduce this summon. There are only 4 copies of this summon, and you're never gonna get another copy. So you should not reduce this summon. Um, I think I'll do a compilation of traps for new players like this one sometime. And then, so the side story that I'm currently at, um, this one, this is also very interesting because it has um, full. That's sad. Um, the weapon that this side story gives you uh, is one of the very few weapons available in the game with a big HP boost for fire. So you want to keep this weapon around. You will get one full copy for just finishing the story, and then you can farm one more copy. but those two copies are the only ones that you can get. So you want to keep that around. Even like very late into the game, like when I did my fire solo for Fasan, I used these, uh, both of these. Okay, I think I actually have enough for all the light weapons. Or okay, nice. It's need a little bit more, but I have enough for the katana and the fist. So the spear is a little bit more useful than the harp, I guess. But it's also another weapon that you only get full benefits if you have it as your main hand. I don't think Kolulu can kill the camping quest boss by herself. I'll have to figure out a good setup for that sometime soon. But for now, I'm just focused on getting through like. Honestly, I should be doing the main story more, I think. But I just want to get the Rise of the Beast event, and I'm just doing side stories for now. Um, but after this side story, I think I'll go back to the main story. It's always interesting timing. Right after I started it, that a public Twitter host becomes available. Okay, it's one of those annoying side stories which needs the event character in your party. I really wish they would stop doing that. It's just so annoying. Yeah, archaic nonsense. I don't like that at all. Come on, man. The timing on this. Okay. Oh, nobody killed it yet. Interesting. Um, I'm not so sure Jian would help that much, honestly. I mean, she's great, of course, because Def Jam and all that. But I think I want her weapon more than her, so I could start sliding. Yeah, her weapon is a bigger deal than her. But she's also, of course, before Kolulu was there, she was the best NBT character, right? Alongside Tsui for new players. So she's still good, good damage. But Kolulu is just strong enough to carry me for now. Come on, guys, kill this already. I don't want to bring my ult, but because he's already done with the event. Also, it's just more effort. I don't think it completely removes the need for stars, but um, if you're willing to spend money to get Jui and Kolulu, at least one of them, then maybe. But if you're not willing to get Jui right away, then I think Sarsa is better. Man, these people take forever to kill just a stupid Agni, what the hell? I didn't request, okay. Somehow it didn't show up on my alt's dashboard. Am I just not seeing updates or something? Yeah, what happened there? Okay, so he had died, I just didn't get the update from the game. Okay. I think I'm actually gonna continue with the main story. I should be strong enough to get to at least close to Arcarum now. I think I can do up to RQ today. Um, yeah, I like Bajra. She's probably one of my number one favorite characters. Hard to say she's the number one, but she's probably up there. That was this one, right? Come on. What the heck? Oh, it's full. I think I don't know if what is gonna start being good again for general content, but I think on element is not that bad. Like it is kind of odd that that they haven't really done anything for Warrior since the last GW. Because at the moment it looks like it's gonna be the exact same meta, just with a couple of new weapons, but the exact same meta. Can't really do much about main character. You can't really do much about main character. It's the other characters that get punished, like Siete, Zui, Dog, etc. I mean, it already has such a long cooldown. You can't really nerf it more. Crap, I meant to use a spell there. It's okay. I thought people would come join this already.
だ。時空の彼方に消え失せろ。
そうでなくては。
What the heck? Alright, time to bring my count.
少し本気を出す。時空の彼方に
ダメだな。やっぱり思い出せねえ。確かにな。
少し本気を出す。ついてこれるか。少し本気を出す。ついてこれ。他に消え失せろ。冒険で手に入れたトレ、なんだか神聖な感じで縁起が良さそうですよね。冒険で手に入れたトレジャーとアイテムの交換ができちゃいます。
Yep, I did indeed. Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't unmute it. Yeah. So anyway, what I was saying is that I want to kind of focus on getting um, on like I wanted to just show that light actually has a fairly easy time getting a grid going as well, even in the early game. If you just like Lich Huang Long, then you get a bunch of weapons for good. Uh, the good weapons for free. Um, so let's see, I can almost fill out the grid, right? Wait, no. If I want to make it Highlander, then I actually want the stronger harp. Just getting to story chapter 20 or something like that will give you this harp. So that's the harp I want. I want this harp. I'm gonna try to make like each element have like a half decent Highlander. So I guess I'm just gonna fill the rest with strong weapons from other elements. Like this gun has the highest attack stat, so that's why I picked that one. Um, Probably want to use the spear as my main hand. Let's see here. Um, I want this sword. Okay, and now I need wanted two weapons to have a uh, version 0 light Highlander, I guess. But I could fill it up with what can I use here? Some level 200 weapon. So the highest sword. Actually surprised the dagger has more stats than the claw. Yeah, and I think I was also talking about how all the weapons that I picked that said, uh, completed receive for finishing ending or something. Those are weapons that you get for completing side stories, and some of those weapons are actually useful. This was the one that I was highlighting. I think my mic was muted though. Basically, this is like a uh, this is the weapon that you get for completing the Shadowverse side story, right? And it actually goes all the way up to SL15 once you uncap it. So this is going to be my unknown boost, unknown mod weapon for a long time, because there is not really a better one for me to pick up for at least a little bit. So there are other weapons with, any weapon with a damage mod you should consider keeping around. But until you have better weapons, right, they're good enough as fillers for stats and just some minor damage. Already ended. Okay. Um, how many badges do I need still? Okay. The wind one's the problematic one. But I got lucky, I think, with the wind seal drops. So I actually have more wind seals than any other, I think. Right? Yeah. I have. So even if we don't get to 200 badges for wind, it's actually okay, because we already have some seals. But I still want uh, some of the stuff, like the XP harp, which I think is 100 badges. For wind. Yeah, I at least want to get to this. Um, well, I'll try and get to this anyway. So just focus on it more. Now that I have what I want for now for Wanglong, I'm gonna stop ignoring. I'm gonna ignore this for today. I'll come back to this once I get to HL. Yeah, but so this is my agenda for today, right? So we did this just now, reaching Kirin and Huanglong to get the weapons. So we have all the weapons. I guess I can pick up the harp too. Why not? I'll just leech more later to get down caps. Um, so, cause I suppose I could use that instead of this axe or something. Once I level it up, it should be more stats. Do I have enough XP for that? No. Okay, now I'm just gonna focus on Rise of the Beasts until I have all the badges. And just try to get along with mini story chapters. Oh, nice. Okay. Guess what, guys? We got a drop. So that means we at least have one golden seal. Yay. So I can use that to host Kirin. So I'll probably do a Kirin train this weekend. And that should actually give us enough mats to uncap it. Um, so we're good with Kirin. Um, if we get another set of seals, which is extremely unlikely, um, then I will do a Wanglong train as well. If I get lucky or something and I get 2 more seal drops, because I'm gonna get one more earth seal just from doing badges. Actually, I'm gonna get one more water too, right? So I only need a fire drop. If I get a fire seal drop, then I would actually be able to do. Um, I'd actually be able to do a Wanglong train, which would help out a lot. I'm gonna go back and turn that raid copy, the code copy thing that I have, because people are not joining fast enough. Okay. So, where's my ult? Alright. Okay. This one died not that bad actually, but I want things to die faster than that. So I'm just gonna pretend that my ult is my senpai and just get him to kill stuff. Um, yeah. I play my ult like every day, like alongside my main. It's kind of like, just grinding one account is boring. Um, so what I do is I grind my main, but then, in the lockout and all that nonsense, I grind my ult. Uh, People would probably do something like watch anime or something, but I just play more Granblue. Let me just get this out of the way actually. Then we'll focus on leeching Wanglongs and main story chapters after that. Because 3 accounts at the time now. Especially because this one I'm going to play only on stream for the most part. That said, my ult did get an Agni host just from killing my guy here, so I almost need a full refill, but I don't need to. Okay, let's go back to hosting. suppose I could see if I have any fodder. By that I mean skill fodder. Oh, I know what happened. I forgot to turn on. So this is something that you should do because it's gonna clog up your event otherwise, or rather your crit and your inventory. On the draw setting, just like with the setting that I showed earlier with on miscellaneous, you can make it start to reserve it into the chalice instead. So these guys here, um, events are actually the primary source of filling those up. Other than your daily grind is not that fast, but the events from the token draw you get a lot of stuff, and you don't want to do it manually. Um, so you need to turn that on. It will remember it across events, so next event I won't have to do it. But so turn this on here in miscellaneous for the daily grind, and then you should turn it on in the event. If you are new and if you're in a crew that doesn't have all the ships maxed, then you should actually probably contribute towards the crew ship first. Because another option here is um, auto upgrade. So the auto upgrade means it's gonna upgrade your crew ship. But in my case, my crew ships are all maxed. Um, and it's actually fairly easy to max out a ship. So if you have a actual crew with people, then it's it's not that difficult to get all the ships maxed out uh, fairly quickly. If you start doing some events, like in 1 or 2 events, even for a new crew with mostly new players, as long as there is one or two veteran players, you should be able to max out the ship uh, in like a couple of events. So you, I would recommend putting it towards the ship first. But once you have all the ships maxed out, so there are 4 ships, right, for each of the main wheel elements. Once you have maxed out all of them, then you should just start reserving the XP towards your chalice. Um, yeah, because otherwise they're just gonna clutter your inventory. I'm just gonna do it manually this time because I forgot to turn it on. Actually, I still have an Agni host, I think. I already checked it, and I probably have an Agni host. Because I definitely hosted 8 times, I think. Yeah.
空の彼方に消え失せろ。
22k. So I also do want to like get to like around 90k here, um, because I want to get 8 nuggets more. So that would be, I guess, 60,000 more here. And I guess if I have some extra, then I can start buying like a couple of seals here. Especially if I get to buy a fire seal, then I can join a Wanglong train, I guess. So I want at least 70,000 pendants. Okay, so that's actually a little bit.
少し本気をだ。ついてこれる。時空の彼方。
It doesn't really matter, I guess. Oops. Okay, how much skill fodder do I actually have? Not much at all. But let's try to upgrade some of the weapons. I think this one first. I do also want to do a little bit damage for better pendants, uh, if possible. Yes. actually skill that up. Yeah, my party. I want to change my class. Okay, I guess I'll go for Hawkeye. I'm out of CP. Well, that's unfortunate. Huh, I still don't have a dagger, huh? Or a gun. Guess I'll just pick the wind gun for now. I want my glue spear somewhere. Actually, that's probably a higher damage. Maybe instead of this one. I still don't get that spear too. I don't know why. So you know, it's in a way you can think that oh, you rolled Kolulu again today. What a waste that you ticketed her or whatever. But actually, I want to uncap this weapon all the way through, so it's not a loss at all. I think she's stronger than some grands. She's definitely more useful than some grands. Like, you know, you know, there are not that many places where you use Rackham, even after he's like FLV. And like even in Dark, for example, Orchid, you know, you don't really use her so much. Oh yeah, I had an Agni. And who else is there? Useless Darks. I don't have enough XP at all. Oh, that's unfortunate. This one's gonna take a little bit. So let's go through the main story. Don't remember which chapters have fights and which don't, so I'm just gonna assume I might have to fight.
が帝国の戦艦だな。
Okay, so that one's as bad as I thought it was gonna be. People joined. Actually, I'm gonna get one nugget from the event, right? So that's 10,000 saved. I'm just gonna get my fire seal, I think, after the 200 badges and call it a day then. I'll focus just on this. But I have to get there first, I guess. Oh, why did I was the fire one? I actually need the other ones.
戦艦に乗り込んだはいいが、あいつは一体。
時空の彼方にあの敵隊が今さら相手になるか。
Pommer.
少し本気を出す。ついてこれで時空の彼方に消え去る。
He's a really good character, man.
ついてこれで
Come on. I think I'm gonna have to turn Morpheus on again. Okay, let's go back to the quest screen. I think it'll take me to the actual quest. Oops. Are any of the current Gala characters worth sparking? You mean the ones that are new in this banner? Or do you mean in general, like whatever is available in this banner? Because this is actually the best banner to spark. The best weapons in the game are in this banner, the so-called flashfest. Um, there are several characters that are worth considering, if that's what you mean. So I can go over all the characters, I guess, once I do this one on the side. Come on. Let me just leech public actually. Or, okay, it seems like my alt has a host. Okay, I need to turn Morpheus on. Because it's actually unplayable. Okay, so I turned Morpheus on. So hopefully that helps with the random lags I was getting just now. Actually, I want to go talk about characters in the banner. Okay, so um, so all the characters are available for sparking on this banner, right? Okay, so these are the new characters. Summertina is useful for like full auto stuff. She has some decent healing and just she's a crit based, rather crest based character. So um, she's alright, but she's nothing to write home about. I definitely would not spark her. I sparked her, but I definitely would not spark her. Um, I'm only streaming this new account that I'm playing with the purpose of just like having a video recording of the journey that it takes for a new player to get to the end game if they kind of rush it, I guess. Right? And uh, I will stream every day from 7 to 9 p.m. Although today I wanted to do more because it's like last day for both the Eternals event and Rise of the Beasts, and so I decided I'll spend a little bit more time today just to get something more. Um, Otherwise, I have been streaming here and there like random Lucy solos, uh, mostly because I want people to give me hosts. So my channel title is like give me give me a host or something. It's a way to beg for hosts. Anyway, so Tina, she's cute, but she's not really worth sparking, unless you have the spark lying around and you don't really care, um, and you want her more than Meta or whatever. Mugen is a very strong character. I think is actually uh, like super worth picking up for a new player. Um, if you're planning to play fire primarily, um, he should boost you up right away because he has a lot of he does a good chunk of damage himself, and his skills are permanent buffs for the whole party. And then once he gets into rampage mode, which you can't really take advantage of so much as a new player because you have way too little HP that uh, your party is most likely just dying, uh, before you can get to rampage or something. Um, Although if you so for example, I could actually trigger his rampage with Zui, I guess. So there are ways to play around it, or if you happen to roll fire characters that can reduce their own HP, especially what's her name, Ulysses, the Akuza character, then you can trigger his rampage mode, right, when he goes blue skin and all that, when he's really strong. Um, he's worth considering, but as a new player, you have very limited resources, right? So even though he's a very strong character, that would help a fire player um, all the way through. I think he's very strong even at the start and all the way even at the end. I wouldn't really spark him um, unless for sure you want to play fire and you don't really care about other elements or something like that. Sandalphone, a very strong character, very popular character. So let me kill this guy on the other screen. Um, but um, Sandalphone is a very strong character, right? Because his third skill is pretty much the primary reason for party buff wise. Um, like his third skill gives you some multi attack buff and also gives you a seraphic modifier for the whole party. That is like actually super strong. Um, Once you have enough burst, right? Because of the damage cap, there aren't many ways to get past that, but an extra seraphic mod for the whole party is super strong. And even before that, there's a seraphic multiplier mod for the party is super strong. And he's also a 80% echo character. So there is an archetype of characters in the game that can do like a lot of bonus damage. So each hit will have another bonus damage, right? Another hit on the side. That's why we call it echo, like first hit and then echo hit. Uh, and most echoes are like 20% or 30% or something like that. But there are a few characters that can do very high echo. Um, and Sandalphone is one of them. He has a 80% echo, uh, like pretty much every turn really, because you can use his first spell to get this copy break thing. He works just like another character called Metera, but Metera is not. Christmas Metera is limited, but regular Metera is not. Um, so Metera has many versions. Fire Metera is the one that I'm thinking of. Uh, they have actually backported the ecosystem to Wind Metera also, but she's not really known for it, and the cooldown on that is too high for Wind Metera to really work the way Fire Metera and Christmas Metera and Sandalphone etc. do. But as so long as he has a coffee break, right, he's gonna do 80% echo on that hit. And then a few of his spells have an extra effect when you have the coffee break. So for example, the Seraphic Mod on his third um, only comes into effect if you actually have a coffee break. Otherwise, yeah, it won't do that for the whole party. It will only do that for himself. He has some debuff on the second one. It's not bad, but it's probably not worth using unless you really badly need a stackable attack and def down. But on those content, I wouldn't really run him anyway. There are better characters that can do that in water. The new Lycia can do it. Lily is a good character if you want to stackable attack def down. Um, so his second spell is just a nice to have, but not really. You don't even want to press it most of the time. Um, his first spell is just to like refill his coffee breaks, right? So that you get like the echo and so that you have a coffee break to use for his Ogi and his third. He's a all-around good character. A lot of damage, does more Ogi damage as well, and some nice buffs for the team. So if you're like a water main, he's worth his sparking, I'd say. But again, he's the type of character that like at least Mugen, I think Mugen is very strong even for like a new player, early game. But Sandalphon doesn't really do much for an early game player. It's really only relevant for like water players that are already at the end game and want to boost their damage some. Um, but he's a very strong character, so if you got him, you should be very happy. Jessica, she has some heals and stuff. I've actually never really used her, so I can't really talk about her much. Um, but she has some buffs and some heals. Um, it's just that in the game, healers are kind of not really that powerful because you don't really need to focus on healing so much. Focusing on damage is better, especially as a newer player, because all you want to do is you want to put in a lot of damage, do like one strong burst, and then leave, right? Let me keep hosting here. I do want my badges. So, she has some nice buffs for the party. I think her third works just like, yeah, they got this from, I think the first character that had this effect was Halloween Lady Grey. Basically, you can give someone a shield, and as long as they have the shield, they have, or as long as they don't take a damage, right? As long as the shield is in a place, they will have some good echo. Um, so she's decent, but I wouldn't really spark her. Kind of similar to Tina, but I think Jessica is a little bit stronger than Tina for just on paper. Although Tina is actually more relevant, I think, because at least she's more useful on full auto than Jessica, because Earth has better characters for full auto. Um, but yeah, they're kind of in the same boat. Cute girls, but not really, not really worth sparking other than the waifu factor, I guess. Um, Summer will she's actually a little bit stronger than Tina and Jessica. She has some nice damage. Um, she does like plain damage on Ogi, right? Um, if you have Fire Fox Slam, but your opposite is gonna have that on the enemy. She has some nice debuffs. Supervise like supplemental damage to your team, which means that each instance of your damage is going to be a little bit more worth. Then she has a clear and heal. This is pretty much the same thing as her fire versions is clear heal, right? The original UL is in fire. Um, Definitely not worth his spark though. Very nice character, very strong character. Her weapon is also a very nice main hand. If you get it, if you get multiple copies of it, it's okay, but it's not worth like spending a dama into it or anything. If you just happen to get like 4 copies of it, then it's a good weapon to main hand sometimes, because it has like stackable attack and um, I think at FLV it also gets def up. So she's a decent character, but again, not someone I would spark. So far I would say only one that especially for a new player that I would say okay maybe you can spark him is probably Mugen. Um, Halmal is another really strong character. Um, she's more or less core right now in light, I guess, or they are, it's to say. Um, Basically, you want to use their third skill to make them have better stats themselves, and then as long as their third is in effect, which it will be most of the time, um, so you'll be able to like just use her other skills because her other skills rely on having her third active. The second one is just echo for the party. The first one is plain damage and heal. So she was released right around when um, Fasan was released, like a few months after, and there were very few characters that could like take off the plain trial. So that's why they gave her this plain damage. That was one of her selling points that she could take off the trial 7. Um, trial 7, right? Yeah, I think it's trial 7, where you can take off. You need to do like 2 million plain damage in the same turn. Um, she's fairly strong, but I don't think I would recommend her as first spark for a new character or them as a first spark for a new character. Um, Definitely stronger than almost all the other characters here. Arguably Mugen and maybe Sanulfon are fairly strong too, but looking at what their elements currently have, and the current meta, I'd say so far the strongest character in this banner is Halmal, right? Halwell and Malwell. Um, yeah, I actually like Mugen more, I think, personally, because Mugen is a type of character, a unique character, right? He's not gonna be power creeped anytime soon. Whereas it's very likely that Halmal will get power creeped at some point. In a way, they already kind of have with Lucius on cap and Jian and Hal and all that. Then the rest of the characters. So I'm not gonna talk about the SR characters. They're if you want them and if you spark them, you're sparking them purely for a meme, or they're your waifu and I don't know, but I don't know what you're doing if you're sparking SR characters. Alright, like even I haven't done that. Like I sparked um, Tina, a character that I just said weak. I just called her weak, but I sparked her. But I haven't sparked the SR character yet. So and somebody was talking about M2, I think. Yeah, I did spark Tina. Yeah. I wanted to send a message to Cygames that uh, she does have fans, I guess. Um, So, which magnitude grid is most worth getting into? Fire magnitude is Trash, Light and Darkware, Lumisword and Celeste Claw. Um, I think in general, just for magnitude, I would say, especially if you're kind of new, there isn't really a point in like trying to farm them actively unless you can hit the blue chest threshold, right? So it depends on what element is your strongest element right now. I would do the element that is weak against that element. So like for this account, I'm gonna have a strong dark, right, uh, before anything else. So I'm gonna use that to farm Metatron a little bit, but actually I'm just gonna do it for uh, just for the anime and stuff. Metatron's grid is not really something that I want in this account. He does drop swords and stuff too, though. So, but as an example, right? If your dark is strong, you'd farm light, and then once you get the light, then you can farm dark again. Dark's empty grid. So use M1 grid to farm the empty grid of your um, weaker element, and then use that to farm something else, etc. Right? So especially with main wheel, like if you have a strong wind, then you can farm earth, and you can use that to farm water, and then you can use that to fire is kind of weak, but it's actually kind of underrated. Um, Magnetic fire is a little bit underrated. It's not as strong as the other magnetics, but it's also like not completely worthless. Like you do eventually want to get at least a sword or two of the Siba sword, the scimitar. Scimitar. How do you pronounce that word actually? I'm not sure. Anyways, I would say it really depends on what element you have strongest right now, and then if you are planning to go a little harder on the guild war, right? So if you're a very new player, then I would say just even during guild war, just leech. Like don't worry about actually farming yourself. Just join public nightmares, and just try to get tokens. Forget about like ranking and things like that. If you're a very new player, like if it's your first guild war or something, uh, focus on tokens more. But if you're planning to like play like a lot, 10 hours plus every day, and you want badges from individual ranking or something, then you should focus on whatever element the guild war is next for, right? So in this case, it would be water next. So you'd want to try and get some burst setup for earth. M1 is good enough, but you would want to unlock like Cryosor, right? And then you would have to think about what characters you have and try to get to the point where you can at least get the blue chest in like maybe one turn, maybe two turns. Maybe you have to use your strike time, and you go in your strike time, um, use the strike time, then use Huang Long, so you get two turns of Ogis, or maybe you can use a mechanic or something. Anyway, if you have a reliable way to get blue chest, that's what you should do for Magneto, and then just rotate for each guild war as the guild wars come. So after that, it should be Earth. So you'd want to get like uh, get your win to the point where you can get a blue chest from the Earth Magneto, right? From um, Alex and Brodia, and so it's just a rotation that you have to. There's no way around it. Like you have to at least get all of your M1s to somewhat in the shape to start farming Magneto. Going back to the let me keep doing this. Like I want to either talk or play. It seems like, um, but um, on this banner, right? So these are the ones that we talked about so far. Those are the summer characters, or Mugen is a grand character actually, but he's new on this banner, so he's listed up here. But the rest are seasonal characters, right? They're not going to be available later, so that's one more reason to consider them. So, for example, Howler and Melville, they're not going to be sparkable, on the upcoming banners, right? I think actually they might even go away from the gala itself. Um, they won't be available until actual summer. Um, so that's one reason to consider them. Um, but but the rest of the characters down here, right? They're going to be available each flashfest, and they are what we call grand characters. And usually their weapons form the core of a endgame grid, because their weapons have really good boosts for um, really good normal mod boosts and lots of nice effects, good effects. So uh, the goal of the game towards the end is to get to farm sparks by doing like events. 20 boxing events gives you like crystals and stuff. So you want to farm crystals from here and there, and or otherwise just get lucky or something, so that you can spark or get lucky with one of these weapons. Then farm gold bars to uncap them, or use dama bars or something. And then you want to form a grid around them. You also of course need the primal for that. Um, but there are ways around that. Like even if you don't have the primal, there are free summons that you can use, and then you borrow the primal as a friend. So for example, for dark, on this account I'm planning to use green as my main summon, and I will use Hades as a support summon. There is also a side story that what makes Sky Blue second, right? You can pick a slightly weaker version of a primal if you want. I would recommend against that at least early on. If you have rolled a lot of like good weapons, good grand weapons, and um, you kind of want to invest into the element, and you still don't have a primal, then you should consider it. But don't pick it like early on. There's no point until you have like a grid. Anyway, so as far as these characters go, right, almost all of their weapons are very worth. Um, like so, there is another premium gala. They split the premium gala, into two, like a couple years ago. Um, so the normal, draw rate for Granblue Fantasy's gacha is 3%, but during this premium gala in our festival, um, they call it Legfest and Flashfest. Um, those have 6% rate, right? And Flashfest is generally the better one to roll in because the weapons are better, and generally the characters are better too. There are a couple of good characters on Legfest and a couple of good weapons, and they've been trying to add more to the Legfest, but even now there is a very strong imbalance, and especially as a new player, Flashfest is the more valuable one. Um, so let me talk about character archetypes, I guess. So these four characters here, they are what we call disciple characters. Um, they are the Magna 2 raid for each of the main wheel elements, right? So Alex, Europa, Siva, and Grimnir. So Earth, sees Earth and Magna 2. This is Water Magna 2, Fire Magna 2, and Wind Magna 2. And they all have this effect where um, they all have this effect where if uh, if there is a buff on them, uh, if they're in the party and the party has a elemental attack buff for that party, right? So like if you have Europa in your party, and then you get a source of elemental attack up for the party, then whichever character in the party has that elemental attack buff is going to get 30% more elemental attack. So it's just by having them, you get that passive boost. So that's the defining feature of this series, the Disciple series. Um, and they're all very strong. Another feature that they have is each one of them has unique damage that stacks after doing a certain condition is met. So Siva, I think, is after like it stacks after every Ogi, I believe. Um, yeah. So Runemaker level rises by one upon using charge attack, right? Um, and then based on what level the special boost is in, they will do like unique damage, and then there is an additional boost. For Siva, he gets like a seraphic mod damage, other than the attack and triple attack rate that's mentioned here. He also gets like I think that actually that's Siva's passive is that so deals high damage for 1 4 attacks. That's the seraphic mod that I'm talking about. So Siva is a very strong fire character, and very similarly for other disciples. Um, Grimnir, um, so he has like this God of War thing, right? Which is upon using buff skills or charge attacks, he also gets like this boost attack for each. All of the disciples is unique, and then the other effect is secondary. Like it depends on the character. So he gains charge bar. Then he also does like he attacks every. If you have more than one enemy, then he attacks all of them. That's his feature, just like Shivaji's Seraphic mod. Um, I would say among the disciples, Grimnir is probably the strongest because he has like these self steroids, self buffs that are just like super strong. And then he also has like dispel cancel for the team. He has veil. It's just a lot of utility for the team. But he also does a lot of damage. Um, I think Grimnir is like a super busted character, and you know, it also helps that wind is actually one of the better elements in the game, and also one of the cheaper elements to get strong with. So Grimnir is probably the strongest disciple character. Siva is very strong. Also, Grimnir's weapon is also very strong. So grand characters, the characters themselves are strong, but another reason, as I've been talking about, is getting their weapons to build an endgame grid, right? And Grimnir's weapon is a core in like a primal wind. Now, wind you don't really have to go to primal to have an endgame. Magna Wind actually has a fairly decent endgame, so you don't actually have to, you know, switch to primal for wind so much. But if you were to, then this weapon is core. You want a couple of these weapons, at least one, even if you're doing like a Highlander or something. And you want Grimnir anyway, so um, Grimnir is probably the strongest of these four disciple characters. Uh, I would say Siva is probably the second strongest, although there's definitely a case to be made for Alex also. Alex is the better character in terms of utility. She has a lot of defense and a lot of, so her second spell gives you Veil, which means that, enemies can't cast debuffs on you, but also gives like a one turn damage immunity to the team, just like Jui's third does, Jui's second does. When I cast Conjunction, right? Um, Not only does my HP drop to 1, but that turn I don't take damage from most stuff. I can only take like plain damage, which is a can of its worms. Another can of worms that I'm gonna go into some other time. But Alex has like her first skill is a phalanx, similar to um, the main character, Holy Saber or Spartan. It basically provides you like 70% damage cut. Um, so Grand Alex, very strong. Our weapon is pretty strong too. It's a dagger, so ours doesn't really have that many good daggers, so that's one thing to consider for dagger classes. Main hand for the main character. And our weapon has triple skills. It gives some HP, some crit, and you know. So this weapon doesn't actually have a massive normal boost, but it's still a really big normal damage boost. So her weapon is not bad either, and the effect, Ogi effect on her weapon is like a dispel. It's a fairly strong weapon, and the character itself is fairly strong. But the thing is, with Earth, she got power crept by her own summer version, like very hard. Um, there's a Summer Alex, and Summer Alex is just, does everything normal Alex wants to do, but better. Uh, so yes, if you got Summer Alex from free rolls, be very happy. Uh, um, you know, and so between her weapon, it's a strong weapon, but you only want one copy for main hand. You don't really need it for just your regular grid, and there being just a better version of herself. Uh, I don't rate her as the second strongest anymore. It used to be that I used to think Grimnir is the strongest, second strongest Alex, then Siva, then Europa, but I think Siva is actually, for his element, Siva does more now. Alex is not really vital at all anymore. You could even argue that Europa is actually more vital than Alex, or under certain scenarios. But still, Alex is a very strong character. Uh, Siva is just all about damage. Siva doesn't really have utility for the team so much, other than that, elemental attack buff that I talked about. Very very offense oriented, and end game fire lineups definitely use Siva right now. He has some damage cap up on his second spell, and then he just does a lot of damage himself. His first skill is notable in that it's one of the permanent debuffs that bosses can't get rid of. So a lot of the bosses nowadays have triggers where they transform and then all the debuffs that were on them disappear, right? But his debuff does not disappear, so he's useful for that. Otherwise, it's just useful for damage. Um, his weapon is unique, and you only want one copy, but you don't really need this weapon. You get Siva for the character. The weapon useful, but I wouldn't really get him just for the weapon. The weapon has this skill called Sentence, which increases your charge attack damage, and now when you get into FLB and get it to level 150, it also does like a big critical hit. And you can combine that with other critical hit weapons like on Legfest, so not on Flashfest. There is a Rakam, and Rakam's gun called Benedia has medium crit. So with two of those guns and one of these Shiba bows, um, if you run double Agni, then you get close to like 100% critical hit ratio. Like every hit you're gonna be doing like critical hit or something. So it's worth considering for that, and it's more Ogi damage. So one one copy of the weapon is okay, but Shiva is more about the character than the weapon. Um, you could say that about all of the characters actually. Characters are more important than the weapon at the start. But you as soon as you have one copy of the weapon, right? Even a base copy, you have the character, and after that you need to consider the weapons. Um, so of the disciples, right? Probably the weakest one is Europa. Um, she's heal type, and she gains like her unique attack thing on doing triple attacks. So that's nice. She does a fair bit of damage, and she has the elemental attack buff, right? So she's not bad by any means, I know. But I know she also like provides multi attack rate to the team. Plus she's staff oriented, and water has like kind of a water setups have gone heavy on staff characters recently. So she's a very strong character, but among the disciple characters, she's probably the weakest, which is a little bit sad because she's probably the cutest. Um, but her weapon is very strong on element. But the unfortunate thing is, this is a weapon that's only useful on element. It has like stamina, which is basically a very strong mod that does damage, that boosts your attack based on your HP. So unlike with the wave, unlike let's say Zui's Riven, right, which is in my grade, I want my HP to be as low as possible to do higher damage, right? With Europa's weapon, you want to be as high as possible, and it also has medium crit, so you can combine like two of these with like another weapon from Legfest. So there's a character called Folia on Legfest, and she has a weapon called Taisai bow, and that bow has like a big crit. So if you combine that with like two of these and run double Verona or something, then you get close to like 100% crit. Um, you can actually get to 100%, if you also add like some other critical hit weapon. But two of these and one bow is usually good enough. And for water, that's actually um, probably the way to play water right now for endgame, other than focusing on doing like charge attack damage. Um, because there is this summer character called Cagliostro. She was on the banner before this one, um, where um, she like helps you do auto attack. So her weapon's worth it for that. She's worth it for her utility, where her second spell basically converts incoming damage to fire damage, which is so because of the rock paper scissors kind of thing in the game, right? I talked about this yesterday, but water is stronger than fire, as you can see on the wheel here. should actually enable cursor for this so that I can point things out. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about, right? Like this wheel tells you which element is stronger against which. So water is stronger against fire, right? So fire's damage stuff will do less damage to water characters. Um, so the nice thing about Europa is that she will, her second spell can turn every incoming damage, even if they were originally earth or light or dark or something, into fire damage. So you end up taking less damage. And then there are other sources that can mitigate fire damage in water. So there's a character called Lily who has a 70% fire damage cut. So if you combine that with this, then you take very little damage, basically negligible damage. Um, so she's useful for that. She's useful for her heal and clear and stuff. She provides like multi attack to your party. So she's not a weak character by any means, and she does fairly good damage herself. Um, but among the disciples, I would say just speaking on a vacuum, right, without knowing what the player wants and which grid they already have, invested on. I'd say this the highest value spark is Grimnir, followed by Siva, and then Alex and Europa as if you need them. Um, I really can't recommend going into water too much right now because it only works on element, and even then it's like it needs a lot of investment, and even then it's not really so great. So for water, I would just stick with like charge attack based setup. Even like and water magna can do that actually if you get the magna to harps. So for water, I, unless you are a big spender or something, I would recommend just or you really like the element, right? I'd recommend just sticking with some sort of Ogi setup, or you can do like a Highlander with staff, like Um, so I'll talk about this in a little bit, but this weapon is a water weapon that has the sentence skill that I talked about earlier. That it boosts the charge attack damage, right? Um, so if you have this, and then water has a bunch of other strong staff weapons, so you can put all the staffs together with like the Anubis staff, right? And run like a Highlander grid with just all the staffs or something. It has some decent charge attack damage and fairly strong um, auto attack also, as long as you run staff characters. So I would say that's the more approachable way to play water right now. And for that, you don't really need um, Europa's spear. It's nice to have Europa herself though for that. Um, Sinus is not a waste if you happen to roll her, but I'd say hold off on sparking her for the time being. Then other characters. Let's see here. So let me talk about the type of characters that have stamina on their weapon. So um, even among like the grand weapons, there is this type of weapon that has like a massive normal mod, but then also has a stamina mod. The mod that I talked about that boosts your HP based on boosts your attack based on your HP. So the fact that it has both makes like weapons like this one. You know, this was the first one to have that called Eden. Um, these weapons are super strong, and they are like the bread and butter of primal grids for their element. So for light, this is the core weapon for light primal, um, right? Um, so there is Eden for light. There is Ixava for fire. There is Fallen Sword for dark. Though there is a caveat with dark in that dark you don't really care to do stamina so much. So I'll talk about it in a little bit. But um, and then um, so right now, water doesn't really have the same type of weapon. Water does have a stamina weapon in Europa's weapon, right? But it doesn't have the normal, massive normal boost, so it's not as strong. It's arguably even stronger on element to some extent because of the critical. If you're going for the critical grid, um, but that's not as useful as just general content, and just if you stack like a lot of Edens and Exabas, they're just strong enough anyway without having the critical. So um, Water unfortunately doesn't have an equivalent Exaba or Eden equivalent right now. Um, Wind doesn't either, but in Wind's case, there are other weapons that give like a really strong normal boost from Legfest actually. There are a couple of characters, Rojetta and Lesha, and their daggers actually give a really strong normal boost. So for Wind, it's not the biggest loss, um, but Wind does have this, Grimnir weapon that provides stamina, and Grimnir himself is a very strong character, so it's not too bad for Wind. Um, for Earth, so the Earth does have a Eden equivalent, but it's not on Flashfest. Earth's Eden equivalent is on Legfest. It's a grand character called Kaim, right? So there's a katana, Kaim katana. I think what was the katana called? Such with an I. I forgot the name. Let me look it up actually, because I have it on my account. Um, no, I would say pick what element you want to play, right? If you are very new, then I recommend starting with Dark or Wind, um, and focus on getting characters first. The weapons themselves are secondary to the characters. You will only care about weapons on the long run. I'm just talking about them just so you know. But yeah, um, what was the kind Tana called? Assessor Earth. God, oh, I didn't pick it up yet. Okay. Yeah, Ichigo Hitofuri. It's a katana on Legfest for the character Kaim. So that's the um, Eden equivalent for Earth. So all of these, Eden, Ixaba, Fallen Sword, and Kain's katana, they all have the massive normal boost and stamina. And you want multiple copies of them at the very end, like ultimate endgame. Uh, but they aren't really super relevant unless you're a big spender. But even one copy boosts your damage a lot. So especially now with Highlander grids being a possibility. Plus, they all come with strong characters. So Lucio is super strong. Storm is super strong for fire. Lucio is very strong in general. He just got a recent rebalance and he has everything. Like he has very high nukes. He has some strong echoes. He has some buffs for the party. He heals the party. He has everything. He's actually a super strong character. Storm also got a fairly recent rebalance, but she doesn't have so much utility for the team. She does have some now. She used to have nothing, but she does have like some delays and stuff now, and she does a lot of damage. She's very strong even on like a magnifier grid, which is a reputation for being a weak grid. Um, and Ixaba is such a strong weapon. Like even among all these Eden type weapons, Ixaba is the strongest because it's a katana. It has the highest stats. Um, and then there's Fallen Sword. Um, so I would say among the four, Eden, Ixaba, Fallen Sword, and Ichigo, I'd say Fallen Sword's probably the weakest because, well, for one, Dark doesn't really care to do stamina. It probably prefers NBD in most places. Although stamina is nice option to have because it's safer to play, right? Like at higher HP than at lower HP. Um, and another reason that Dark, probably doesn't care for stamina too much, other than the fact that it has a very good NBT setup where you actually want lower HP. Is that the character that comes with the weapon? She has been power crept. She's cute, but she has been power crept. And she has some utilities and does decent damage, but uh, she has been power crept. There's not really any room for her in dark anymore. So between her weapon type, and her both being not so relevant in dark, I can't really recommend her. Um, uh, Lucio and Storm are fair game though. Very strong pickups even early on. I I would say if you're a new fire player, it's perfectly fine to spark Storm. Um, if you're a new light player, it's perfectly fine to spark Lucio. Um, in fact, my first account I rerolled and started with Storm. Um, then the rest of the characters that are left here. Uh, so let me just talk about them one at a time. So Black Knight is one of the few grand characters that has a full limit break. She got a 5-star recently. So she's super strong. She has like a whole bunch of utilities. She does a lot of damage. She's also enmity oriented, more so than stamina. Although you could run her in stamina too. So she's super strong. Like, um, she's worth a spark if you are a dark player and and are going for the end game, dark end game. I'm planning to spark her even in this account. Maybe like my second spark or something. Um, because her weapon is also very strong. Um, it has a lot of normal damage mod, the massive normal mod, but then it also has another normal mod, small normal mod with small crit. So it adds up a lot of damage, this weapon. Um, and because I'm going to be running a Highlander grid where I only want one weapon, one copy of each weapon, right? So this weapon called Blood Gang is actually super strong. It's also a very strong main hand for hard raids. It has like a very strong drain effect, and also like I think at FLB gives you more crit or something, if I remember. But it's a very strong weapon in general, and the character is also super strong. So I would get, you know, I would consider getting her if you are a dark player. Not as your very first spark though, because your very first spark, if you are a dark player, so probably be Zui. Um, and she was the character that I picked up with the limited ticket, right? Because she can be used in multiple elements, but especially in dark, she enables enmity with her second skill. It drops you down to 1 HP, you are damage immune, um, you're and she does a lot of nukes herself, so especially early game, she's a super strong pickup because she will just carry you through. Um, and her weapon is also very strong. It's so strong that the game, the company refuses to give it a full limit break because it would power creep one of the more iconic weapons in the game called Gisla. I don't know if this weapon will ever get a full limit break, but even without a full limit break, it's very strong. Given that it comes with the character, it's a Gisla type weapon for free when you get to it. Basically, that's the way to think of it. C would be my first spark, right? My second spark as a dark player, probably Black Knight, just because her weapon is stronger and she's got a lot of utility. Though there is also some argument to be made for Salem. Uh, Salem as a character, um, they are like um, so Salem is unique in that they have the whole permanent debuff, just like Siba does, right? One click and then you have a permanent attack def. Actually, I think ours is only def down or something. Let's see. Yeah, hers is only def and a debuff resistance. Siba's is attack def, but Siba's is only 10%, whereas hers is 15%. So, so she's useful for that. And then she provides a shield with like dodge to an ally. So it's very useful for tanking triggers, single target triggers. Um, did roulette piss me today? Um, Not really, I'd have to say. What did I get today? It wasn't as bad as the other days. I got one strong character. I got both the new characters, I guess. So it wasn't too bad. I got both Tina and Mugen today, so it wasn't too bad. Better than the other days. Um, but yeah, Salem also has a lot of debuffs on our third. Does a lot of damage. Um, and she just does a lot of damage on like her charge attack, because her charge attack has a echo for the charge attack that's like skill damage based. So it basically does like a shit ton of damage. Her charge attack, has a skill based echo, and Dark usually runs a lot of skill cap, especially the NBT Highlander grid that I'm going for. Right? It has a lot of cap up, that and a lot of skill cap up in particular. So her charge attack ends up doing like more damage with the echo than even the charge attack itself sometimes. Her weapon itself is interesting. It has some decent normal mod, and it's more interesting because of the big crit, right? So you can combine this with a couple of other weapons to get to near 100% crit, even like in a Highlander grid. So it's decent, but the weapon is not as big a deal. It's more the character. Um, so because so they're actually a non-binary character. I think I slipped into calling her her, but I'm gonna try to respect non-binary people, I guess, and try to call them a they, um, because she's non-binary officially, or they are non-binary. Man, this text getting used to. Um, but yeah, Salem is probably also worth a spark as a dark player, but I would not spark her first. First priority for dark is Zui. Her second priority on flashfest is Black Knight, um, and then the third priority is Salem. And let's see. Um, so Lucio, I already went over, super strong, useful for light. Orchid, so she's the last dark character left on this banner. Uh, she's a strong character. You can just like, she's very self-sufficient, does a lot of damage, has very high multi-attack, has some strong self steroids, but um, there are better characters now that do more damage. The nice thing about her is that you can just fire and forget. You press her first skill once, then she gets a shield, and then she's essentially gonna recover the shield herself just by oging. And so the character herself is not bad, but also nothing to write home about, especially today. Her weapon used to be considered broken, but nowadays, even this weapon doesn't. It's not like required to play dark. Like I'm not gonna get this weapon, but this is a very strong main hand. It's a dagger. It's a very strong main hand for dagger class, and it's strong because one, it provides like a multi-attack rate buff up on Ogi, but it also provides like a bonus damage, echo for the whole party. So it's a super strong main hand. It's just that with all the power creep recently, Dark no longer really needs that weapon, and Dark definitely does not need the character. So I would not really spark her. Um, if you want the weapon, maybe, but even that I would recommend against. So I would not spark this. Um, Sturm, like I said, if you're a fire player, very much worth sparking. Drang um, is similar to Sturm, has like a bunch of stackable stuff. So Sturm and Drang have an archetype where like you can use their second spell to switch between attack mode and defense mode, and they will do different things based on that, right? But Storm is more offensive, whereas Drang is more defensive. Um, but and I guess if you want to know, in the community, the community tends to sit them together. They are in the main story as antagonists early on, and then later on they become your allies. Um, they're pretty cool characters, and I guess I kind of ship them to an order. Although I'm more partial to Sturm than Drang, but I think Drang is pretty cool. So um, yeah, Drang has like a lot of a whole lot of utility. So he's definitely worth considering for water. Also because this is a core weapon in water even now. Like even if you are planning to, okay, eventually I'm gonna go become like a kid lord, like with the Europa weapon instead and Folia's weapon instead or whatever. Even then, I would say one copy of this in a Highlander grid with the crit focus grid is super strong. It's also a very strong main hand, um, especially with the game, where gaming where it is now, where you wanna full auto and all that. This weapon has sentence, it boosts your charge attack damage, has massive normal mod, but it also has like on Ogi it gives you a very strong heal, 4k heal over 4 turns I think, or something like that. It's super strong, and it also gives you mirror image for the whole party. So this is like the perfect weapon to just cheese raids with for full auto or something like that. So I'd say he's definitely worth picking up for a water player. But water itself, I would not really recommend going into water itself so much. And if you just want to Ogi, then for water, Magna water is good enough for that. Um, but having one ball doesn't hurt, right? And if you're gonna get Bonito, then you can even do like Highlander with Bonito, with you know. So is someone that I would consider getting between the character and the weapon. Definitely worth it. Vera, her weapon is similar to the balls, the Drank's ball. In that it's a weapon that has massive normal mod and sentence with a charge attack damage boost, and it's also a very strong main hand. It gives you like the the multi attack boost that that I talked about with Parazonium. Um, and Axe is used by like a very strong class like Berserker or even Observers if you want a full auto or something. A very strong weapon, but you don't want more than one copy, and it's more important to get Eden. So for light, I'd say get Lucio first if you're trying to get focus on light. Um, Vera herself, not a bad character. She's very unique in that she's super strong defensive. Um, and I actually like light a lot too. I think at the end game, light is just about the same as dark. It's just that dark has more use, and dark is easier to build, cheaper to build. Um, but light is very strong, and light's magna grid is super strong. You can just take it anywhere. But it takes a little bit longer to get that grid going, and you need more characters for light. Whereas for dark, you just get a couple of characters, and the grid is super easy to build. So so I would recommend dark for newer players, but you should definitely consider on the side building light, because then the contents that you can't do with yeah, of course, if you're playing Magna Light and you consider yourself a light main or whatever, then of course you want the evoker for the element that you're maining, right? And Geisenberger is a very very strong evoker. uh, in terms of evokers altogether, he would not be my first choice. I would not go for him first. In terms of evokers, I would go for Alana, Nier, um, uh, Kaim, and did I call Kane Kaim earlier? Anyway, um, and then I would probably consider Geisenberger. Nah, it's not a mistake at all. Um, Geisenberger is super strong. Also with light, you can always, even with the Magna grid, the sword grid, you can always just run Lucy main with Chief support, and you get primal. So, but anyway, Vera is unique in that she has a very strong defensive skill. Her first skill, basically when you have this active, she takes all incoming damage for the party, so nobody else in the party gets any damage when this is on. So she can tank everything for the party, and she has super high defense when this is on. So she can use you can use this to survive a bunch of even in-game content. But she's not super core or anything. Maybe for some in-game raid, until you get used to the raid, she's nice to learn with. And her weapon is nice. She's nice, but they're not necessary. So it's kind of like if you're playing light and if you're maining light, then okay. But in that case, get Lucio first, and only consider Vera on the long run. I already talked about Fallen Sword and Olivia. I don't think they're worth sparking. Um, if you're playing Dark and you know for sure that you don't care about any other element, then you can consider getting Fallen Sword, or maybe if Olivia gets rebalance or something, which I hope she does. But right now there's like not strong enough reason to get her. Already talked about the disciples. And I already talked about the rest other dark characters. So the only character left is Summer Jian. So other than the fact that she's very pretty, right? Uh, Summer Jian is also very strong. Um, she has this passive where anytime anyone in your party does a triple attack, they're gonna have like a echo just from having her in the party, right? Super strong. And then she's also a pseudo disciple in the sense that just like the other disciples, I actually should have probably bundled her together with them. Um, like uh, the elemental attack boost that I talked about for other disciples, right? Where if the party has a elemental attack boost, then they get 30% more. She has that for light, um, so you could consider her light's disciple character, I guess. Other than that, she has some nice buffs for the team. When you Ogi, then her second spell, which gives you like stamina buff and guaranteed triple attack. It will work on the whole party after you Ogi, and then she has some debuff on her first. So she's all around it just from those two, right? And her passives are very strong. But the biggest selling point for her is this third spell, um, where it basically gives you anytime assassin for the whole party, and it's super strong. So you can abuse this. The cooldown is really long, but um, the cooldown gets cut down every turn that she like does a triple attack. There is a -1 to the cooldown for this spell, so it's not as bad as you might think. But on paper, it's a super long cooldown, right? Like you would not even get to use it twice in a fight, but you can if you build around her, like you give her multi attack boosts, right? And then just make sure that she does a lot of triple attacks. But more importantly, you can reset this spell, right? Like any other spell in the game. Like with Joy, you can reset her spell with like a Kirin, right? So you can use a Kirin to reset her um, third. So um, Light has this summon called Thor, who gives if you have FLV Thor, when you use Thor, you get a very strong echo. If you have a full limit break Thor, it's 50% for the whole party. So combine that, and it lasts 2 turns. So combine that with this on the first turn, and then you use a Kirin for the second turn, and that's like an insane amount of burst. That's one option, but Light also has another way to reset the skill. It's there is this summon called let's see, where can I figure that out? I guess I can search for it from here. Um, so there is this summon called Aphrodite, right? And see, you can like there is a condition attached to her, in that the boss has to do like a few special attacks, some ogis, some triggers. But once a couple of I think it's three special attacks. Once three special attacks have been used, she's basically a Kirin, but a Kirin that provides like light attack, like elemental attack boost to light, and you can use her as your main summon, right? So um, that's another way that light can use it. And if you go to YouTube and search for like um, the meta setup for doing like a Grand Order, the Impossible Grand Order raid, Grande HL, right? then you will see that there are a lot of light luchadors that use her as the main summon. And what they do is they just like spam turns until she's available. Then by 6th turn, which is when Thor becomes available as a sub summon, you will spam and then you try to get through 3 triggers. Then you use Thor, then you use Grand Giant's third spell, right? And you use tag team, then you use an attack, right? And then on the next turn you use Aphrodite to get another tag team with another Giant's third. So Gian is a core character in Light now on the endgame. But that said, she is an endgame character. I would say she's probably even less important than Vera for a character that's starting out. So for Light, I would start with Lucio, then Vera, and only on the long run, I would consider Jian. Just like with for Dark with like Zui first, then Black Knight, and you know then Salem, and only after that would I consider like Olivia or Orchid, depending on whether you value the character more or which weapon you like more. Anyway, and that's pretty much all of them, right? On the flashfest. So altogether, even though there's definitely a tier list, right? Some characters are better than others. Altogether, this is still like flashfest is still the strongest banner in the game, the most value banner in the game, even compared to Lakefest. It's catching up now, but this is still the better banner to spend your rolls in or try to spark a character in, especially as a new player. And for this banner in particular, there is Summer Rose Queen, who is a very strong summon, but I would not recommend that you spark her or anything. Okay, that was a lot of talking. My God. All right. My throat is very dry. And hey, it's switched to water now. Okay. How many badges do I need? It depends. I only want to use one more sub ticket. So either I will get Lunalu with a sub ticket, or if I get lucky and get Lunalu before the sub ticket is available, then I'll get Gista with a sub ticket. But otherwise, I'll probably get it with the 30 gold moon, assuming I have enough gold moon by the time I need the Gisla. Otherwise, I'll just sub ticket it. Okay. Alright. So, time to go back to Rise of the Beasts. I ended up taking Acer. I would say outside of the particular circumstances of being able to pick her on day one and going very hard on Dark, I would say Sarsa is the better choice. But I know exactly what I'm doing, right? I'm focusing on getting my Dark really strong really fast. So I felt like I wouldn't really need Sarsa. So I picked Acer instead. But if you are actually new, I'd recommend Sarsa. Alright, I need to really focus on this. I'm going to end the stream at around 9 p.m. I started earlier today because I wanted to get a lot of things done. But then I ended up talking more than I anticipated. So I need to get a move on. That's very interesting. So as soon as you go to the red screen, it will give you a network error. Used to be different. So I have to start this raid first before I can continue with the story. Okay. Lesson learned. Yeah, no worries. I wanted to do something like that anyway, I guess. Um,
少し本気を出す。
いろいろ信じてもらえたようで人は
oh, he didn't die, what the hell?
時空の彼方に消え去れ。
Oh, I think I switched away from the light sip, that's why.
少し本気を出す。ついて
I should check up on my Arknights. Oh, it's my strike time. So actually I can do any of them. Oh, that's good, because I'm almost done with I'm almost done with the water turtle for badges. So I'm actually gonna go uh, hit pubs instead, because I want pendants. Okay, so 9 more for this, so 9 Neptunes. And then I'll switch to the other guy. Okay, you know what? Let's bring up the Raid Finder again, and we're gonna just do Neptune or Titan. Let me just finish off Neptune, I guess. Where are they at? Agni, Zephyrus, Titan, Neptune. Oh crap. Oh, surprisingly higher damage than I thought. What the hell? Game, please respond to my clicks. That might take too long to die. I would think my party or my class is fully leveled, right? Yeah. Okay, let's switch. Oh, I'm out of CP. Oh, that's a problem. How do I get CP? This doesn't have any CP, right? But the other event does. But I'm kind of done with that event. Let's see. I'll go through the side story menus and just buy out any CPs that might be there. What a ridiculous problem to have. This will not be a problem at all. Like, you will have more CP than you ever want. Like, just a few months in. But such an annoying problem for now. Crap. Okay, that's fine too. Side stories. Did I cut it this one? Don't remember. Thought I did just now, but yeah, I did. Oh no, I didn't. Oh, that was the one that I... Okay. What? So I guess not all of them have it or something? Or maybe I must have bought it. Or was it on the first page and I missed it or what? Yeah, okay. Okay, I don't even have the rest of them. So that was a little bit, but not too much. Um, so I already unlocked Sidewinder. I guess I can complete her. $500 CP. Oh my god, it's expensive. Alright guys, where can I get CP? Does anyone have an idea? The fastest way to get uh, JP or CP as a... Well, yes. What if I don't use moons? I don't want to use moons. I don't have that many. Can you even buy CP with the silver moon? Or is it only gold moons? See, I don't even have 2 silver moons. Can you buy with bronze? Okay, I'll use bronze. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Um, main hand. Okay, so now I need Titan here. Titan. Am I blind or it just disappeared? Oh, right here. Okay. Nobody's hosting it, right? Makes sense. Because it's not Titan hour. Alright, so I have to host him myself. Alright, back to this then. Uh, uh, Let me just get tokens for now. Or badges rather. Uh, well, I can talk to you about that after the stream's over. But yeah, basically he has this grade on his alt and he wants me to talk about it. But honestly, there isn't that much. Are you not happy with it? You obviously need to, you know, you will be the Opus, and for that matter, FL be the Seraphic. Uh, oh, you meant you fixed your okay. But it's not right. It's not done. Like you need to FLB this. You need to VLB this. Um, Otherwise, it looks pretty good, I guess. Far more, I guess. Out of AP.
消え失せろ。
Oh hey. No. I think I got to like 6 boxes just from leeching. That's because of the maniac raid, the maniac raid that they added. It's only thanks to that. Otherwise, I'd probably been like box 2 or something. But because it was there, and I'm like on box number 6. But I need to focus on IOTB more. Um, so yeah, it's okay. Next event we'll do more. I'm assuming you mean this account, right? By my alt, and not like my other alt. Because on that I'm going to 20 bucks of course.
少し本気を出す。ついてこれる。
And when I say I'm going to, I mean I haven't done it
時
yet.
空の彼方に消え。
There's not that much time left, so yeah. Oh boy, there's so much to do. So much to do tonight. I have so much to do tonight. Oh my god. I have to box on the alt and the main actually, and I also have to
少し本気を出す。
do some work.
時空。
Ah boy, not looking forward to tonight.
少し本。 少し本気を出す。
Hey guys, we can MVP raids. Hey. I should have a big beast up. Yeah. Titan, please. Oh, I'm done with Titan too. Okay, time to switch to wind. Should have noticed that. How many badges away am I? So I have 9. I need 6 more. Okay, let's buy this out. So I need 35,000 for second gold bar. I need 45,000 total for what I want for now. Okay. 45,000 pendants and then I will close the stream for today.
ついてこれるか。時空の彼方に消え失せろ。チェック。 少し本気を出す。ついてこれる。少し本気を出す。少し本気を出す。ついてこれる。時空のよっしゃ、ルリアも取り返して。
いい加減確
我が剣は世界
もっともっと強くなってやる。旅楽しい。来い、君たちもめでてやろう。
光栄に思う。少し本気を出す。時空の彼方に消え失せろ。を授けよう。チェスター。
Okay.
少しでこれる。
So I think about a little bit like 120 or something matches left. So that's like 60 raids. More importantly, I don't know if that's enough to hit the pendant goal. It might be if I were to just damage it myself, but I also kind of want to do the main story a little bit too, so we'll see. If it's not, then I'll just hit Pubs at the end.
少し本気を出す。チェ
単にくれては。案の定。
少し本気を出す。ついてこれるか。時空の彼方に消え失せろ。
Does he do defrag nonsense in this fight also? I don't remember. Let's try to kill him in one turn, I guess. This is a very annoying story boss. It does like the whole defrag, gets his HP back, all that nonsense. It's really annoying. Oh, Kalulu power. This boss is, it's like, you know, when you are young and you go into the water in like a lake or something, you almost drown, and you know. So when you're an adult, you misremember how dangerous the water is, right? That's basically what happens just now. From the previous two times I fought this boss, I fought it like before I was ready, I guess, or you know, before I was ready to just steamroll him. So I was expecting more of a fight. Hello.
少し本気を出す。消え失せろ。
Do I even have mats? Okay. Apparently I do. Let me try to switch the class anyway, I guess. What do I want? Let's just finish Sidewinder. It takes 10 years to load assets, man. What the hell? It takes longer to load assets from takes it longer to load assist than it does for me to press the skip button. It's super sad.
少しチェン少し本気を出す少し
Oh hey, people are joining.
ねえねえ 少し本気を出す時空の彼受けよ
にくれてはやら来い君たちもめでてやろう
光栄に思いなさい少し本気を出す光栄
やはり
I'm just used to doing this because I play more than 2 accounts very often. It's like the guy that just joined is also
少
me.
し本気を出すついてこれる
I'm just boosting this account with that account. Think of that as senpai on demand, I guess.
少し本気を出す 時空の彼方に消
Yeah.
少し本気を出すついてこれる
くれては
時空の彼方に
Actually, just kill it. Okay. So, got that class unlocked too. Master 2 rather. Okay. Why can't we unlock this? 300 CP. Did I already run out of CP? Oh my god. Okay guys, what do we do about this CP nonsense? Why do I not have enough CP? Oh. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna buy a couple with my gold moon or something, I guess. So I don't like this. For real, right? What the hell is this? Being forced to use gold moon for CP, of all things. Or also it sends you to your crit and not to your freaking account. Thanks guys. One more, you know, one more place to go to on the menu for no fucking reason. Yo. Taking 20 years to load the asset. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Look at this man, it's taking forever to just load the asset, you know. I want the color of the spear, I guess. Or actually, this guy. Where's my bow? Yeah, like given how they, you know, give a bunch of other shit to new players nowadays. Why is it that I don't have CP? Like what? I'm not even. I haven't even reached to tier 4 yet. Each each class in tier 4 is gonna take 2500. Not looking forward to that. How many badges do I need? 100. Okay. This will be good, I think. Alright, one more of this, then. Oh, actually, we hit our. Uh, we hit our pendant goal faster before the battle. That's cool. That's cool, I guess. It just means I can focus on leeching even harder. Uh, I'm not boosting someone else. It's not. The point is not to boost so much. It's to uh, have a on like a path for a new player to rush to the end game, record it on stream. Um, you know, I just wanna kind of so like the things that you might be interested in. I'm not saying a new player should play this way. They definitely should not. This is just like get used to the game more, etc. Right? But once maybe like they're a couple months in, or maybe it's a player who has been playing for a while, but doesn't exactly know um, how to multitask, like you were saying, or things like that. Just showing. This is my own account. It's not like someone else's. I'm not gonna sell the account or anything like that. I started this account yesterday. No, day before yesterday. Um, and yeah, so I've made choices so far that should be very reproducible, even outside of the very nice MacFest that we have going on right now. Um, this was the perfect time to start a new account, but even if you start at some other date, you should still be able to do most of what I've done. Uh, you just won't be able to I'm not saying you have to do it on day one anyway, so it's just more like a reference material for people, and just for me to just play around with, uh, feeling like new again, I guess, a little bit. And even the account I'm using actually, so there's a little bit of history to this. The account I'm using to come help, unless people from Twitter do it. Um, that account was also uh, on the same boat last year. Like I played that account similarly to how I'm playing this new account last year. Took a new account from like scratch to endgame. All right, thank you for joining us. No problem if you have like more questions or something like that. And if I'm around, you can just pop up, I guess. How many badges? Oh my god, still like 92. Come on, Twitter world. Never mind, I'll just do it myself. Okay, yeah, thank you for the follow. I actually have no idea how people know when people follow them. Like, oh, you know, when I watch other people's stream, they say, "Oh, thanks for the follow." But I don't know. I didn't get any notification or anything. Probably some setting somewhere. But yeah, thank you. I'm not interested in like getting subs, but I'm definitely interested in getting follows. Cause I want to spread the word. So point of doing something like this is to have people watch it. Otherwise, there is no point really. Oh, you need to set up a bot. Okay. All right. I'll figure that out come weekend. I did this on like almost a whim. Like I wasn't sure, even until like the last minute. Then some people convinced me. Okay, just go ahead and do it. Okay. Yeah, I'll figure that out later. And I'll also need to like set up music and stuff. Because I actually play on silent. Like I don't even listen to in-game music. Um, I'm a different breed, as somebody put it. Let me tweet this out. Oh crap! I pressed the wrong button on my alt. What the heck? Oh, this was not from me. This was he hosted it. Okay, makes sense. was like, how can I host another raid? You know what? I'm going back to my main story. Yeah, there's just a lot of things that you don't know, lots of things that you can do. It comes with experience, right? So yeah, I'm just hoping by like just tuning in here and there and seeing what I'm doing, people get a sort of a rough idea that there are lots of things you can optimize. Like you don't have to, spend a lot of money, or you don't have to spend a lot of time. Um, it helps if you spend one or the other, right? Time or money. It helps to speed it up a lot, but you can get to a reasonable place with only a reasonable investment. You don't have to like go all in all the time. Oops.
チェス盛大でゴンス。さあ行こ
来い、君たちもめでてやろう。
う。光栄に思いなさい。
Oops. Managed to resize my window instead. Alright, boys, join. Yeah, so like not every new player is going to have another account to come help, right? So my strongest recommendation for new players would be to join community networks, like find, I don't know, Discords, uh, crews, right? Other crews, go join a strong or a crew that is willing to help out new players with some veterans. How would you go at farming quartz? Yeah, so one option is the guys that Jello Spencer, right? Like Diablo, etc. Right? Vo, Diablo, etc. Um, the guys on the rotation. Well, they used to be on the rotation. They're permanently now. That's one option. Um, yeah, the drop rate is not the best. You want to do your daily Magna rotation like every day, right? So that's another thing you should do. If you're really suffering for quartz, you should also do like your Magna 1 HLs every day, like do the whole rotation. Um, there isn't really much of an alternative. You just have to like go punch Magna 1s and Magna 1 high levels. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's faster to punch Magna 1s because they just die, right? But then they die too quickly, so you might not get MVPs and stuff like that. How many bandits am I at now? 116. Oh my god, this bad shit is taking forever. My boy. Yeah, you're gonna run into Quad Kid as a newer player. Unfortunate, but it's just how it is. Just like I'm running into CPK right now, like that's week 1 problem. Quads is like 2-3 months problem. I don't know why they changed the rotation. It's just weird. So like not really friendly towards the players. I didn't think this through. I should have done wind earlier, and then should have saved water for now, just so I could leech public instead. Oh well. Uh,
少し本気を出す。ついてこれるか。時空の彼方に消えう。
来い、君たちもめでてやろう。
光栄に思い。気を出す。時空の彼方に。少し本 境だ滅びをさ 少し本気をってこれる
Okay, chapter 31. I think it's chapter 54 where Arcarum is. I'll try to get to Arcarum tomorrow night, I guess, because at least the events will be out of the way, right? So I don't have to worry about that.
来い、君たちもめでてやろう。
光栄に思いなさい 少し本気を出す時空の彼方に消え失せろ滅びを授けようチェスター
見切れるか。このまま進めばじきにグランサイファーが。君たちもめでてやろう。
滅びよう 少し本気を出す 少し本に消えなあなあ思ってたんだけど
一つ。
お腹武器覚悟を決めなきゃ
I don't have the mat. That's okay. Alright. Yeah, thank you for dropping by. Take care. Somebody's trying to call me. Check. Not sure who that was, but let me just tell that person to knock it off. Okay. Brother. Oh. 144 beds. Okay. Alright, fine.
君たちもめでてやろう。
光栄に思いなさい。少し本気を出す。ついてこれるか。時空の彼方に消え失せ。滅びを授けよう。消え去れ。
来い、君たちもめでてやろう。
光栄に思いなさい。少し本気を出す。
よし、見えたぜ。
手加減はせんぞ。全力だ。少し本気を出す。頑張らついてこれる。滅びを授けよう。消え去れ。コーラの覚悟。時空の彼方に消え去れ。
まずいな、戦艦は一切。
少し本気を出す。消え去れ。少し本気を出す。ついてこれるか。少し本気を出す。
Not Titan, but let's see if there are actually any hosts. it's first. Okay.
少し
君たちもめ
時
でてやろう。
空の彼方消え失せ光栄に思い出す時空の彼方
恋君たちもめでてやろう。
Oh, what the heck? I'm in the West Coast. I'm not gonna say exactly where.
恋
I'm in the West Coast, yes.
君たちもめでてやろ
少し
う。
本気をってこれで
You can tell this from my ping, I think, because there's no way
時空の彼方に消
the
え
East
失
is
せろ
getting this ping. Oh, there are actually more hosts than I thought. Okay, I'll just leech it off pop then. So that way I get to at least continue along on the main story. Yeah. Yep, I understand. I'm just saying that,
恋君たちも
I
め
won't
でて
share
やろう。
my exact location or anything.
光栄に思い出す
I'm not saying you're trying to find it. Yeah, everyone said please take care of yourself. Stuff is going crazy all around. LA is in lockdown. It's effective tomorrow, I think. Like actual lockdown, not just recommendation, but like there's an actual shelter in place order from tomorrow, I think. SF has been under that for like a couple days now
少し
already.
本気を出す
So things are not going well.
君たちもめでてやろう。
時空の彼方に
Yeah, well, the government kind of fucked up, so. And people also didn't take it seriously
恋
until it was a little bit
君たち
late.
もめでてやろう。
少し本気を出す
Everybody was kind of like memeing on China, saying, "Oh, look at the Chinese barbarians can't even figure out a virus, etc., etc." But we live in a connected world, man. That shit was gonna be here in no time. Should have known better, especially when there were other warning signs, right? Like along the way. Okay. It wasn't even just China. There were other countries that started having a lot of problems. So the US can't say that, we were not warned. We were warned a lot, actually. And yet our response has been crappy.
少し
And the
本
most
気を出す
unfortunate thing is
ついてこれる
US healthcare has so many problems to begin with, so it's going to be very, very... I think the response has been super inadequate and a lot of people are going to suffer. Hopefully
あなたに
not,
消え
hopefully even though it's late, it's better late than never, right?
恋君たちもめ
But
で
I
て
fear
光栄に思い出すついてこれる
it's a little bit worse than
時
we're
空
being
の
late
彼
on.
方に滅びをさ
How many more matches, man? Get 30. Alright.
恋君たちもめでてやろう。
ついてるし
I'm in 3 ways. Can one laser in 3 raids at a time? I wonder if they will ever raise that cap. for moon weapons, and that's a terrible idea. If you get lucky, yeah, bless yourself, I guess, count your blessings.
いや、だ
But
から私たち
you should not rely on that. That's like a super extraordinarily low
おばあ
percentage
ちゃん
play. Like the drop rate on that stuff is worse than the drop rate on gold bar in like from random Xenomaniacs. Um, yeah, like I said, you got lucky, and it will happen, right? Here and there, somebody's gonna get lucky. So, but you you shouldn't rely on it. Um, it's a terrible idea. Like if you do your badges and that's it, farm everything out of the sub. So like on my main account, there's nothing left. Like I don't even have to finish my badges because I get the sub is clear within like 100 badges. Then I just get to 200 badges anyway for the seal, but
時空の彼方に
yeah, there's no point going harder than that. Yeah, it's fine because you're new, right? But you can't rely on that. There's no point going for that. It's better if you go like full auto UBHL or something. Camp, camp UBHL, farm UBHL. You're gonna get more gold bars to uncap your Parasu. Then you're gonna get the Parasu drop in the same time. Easily. That's how bad the drop rate on those things is.
我が剣は世界を守る
Come on guys, I just need a few hosts.
Koi, 君たちもめでてやろう。
時空の彼方に二人はほ プロキシ
Actually, I don't think I want that one. Probably just around 26 or something.
本気を出すついてこれる
Is this gonna die before I join?
消え去れ
Koi, 君たちも
思い出す
Koi, 君たちも
消え失せろ思い出す
Alright. 7 more. 6 more actually. So I was already in one of them.
すべて
Seems like the guy died or something.
少し本気を出す
Koi, 君たちもめでてやろう。
に光栄に思い出す 滅びを授けよう
Koi, 君たちもめでて
光栄に思いついてこれる時空の彼方に
私がめでられるとはな。
そんなあなたも素敵
たちもめでてやろう。
光栄に思い出す少し本気をじ彼方
君たちも
これる
君 来い。君たちもめ
時
でてやろう。
空の彼方に消え失せろ。光栄に思いなさい。少し本気を出す。
Okay, I think pretty much have finished this with this next one.
めでてやろう。
少し本気を出す。これで
Right? 198, and this will be 200. Alright, cool. Okay. Ah, we got there, guys. Okay. So that was pretty much my main goal for today. I guess I'll play a little bit longer just to get started on my skill fodders. I just want to show you guys that I can actually already solo my hard raids, right? So I could actually do that yesterday also, but I didn't do it yesterday. But I will.
少し本気を出す。時空の彼方に消え去れ。
Do they not even have the normal tier? Because it's the hard tier. Interesting. They don't even have the normal tier on the list. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go through and do all of them. I kinda want the anima. Just so I can uncap my characters. I won't do this the other days though, because I get to HL and I just do it once per day instead. So 3 times per fight.
少し本気。少し本気。ついてこれる。時空の滅びを授けよう。
I think I'm like 67, 68, something like that. 69, almost 70.
少し本気を出す。ついてこれ。時空の彼方に消え失せろ。
Yeah, there were just so many events going through, otherwise I would like power through it even faster, but I think okay. Done with Tiamat. Time for Colossus. Yeah, and I also started with like 3 days left for each. But I kind of wanted to make a point about like starting in the middle of flashfest, you know, rather than any other time. Does that start tomorrow? Or I actually don't remember the dates. I know it's like soon, but I don't remember exactly when. Either way, I'm gonna try to get at least one copy of the Dark Ones, like true copy. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a true copy of the Dark Ones. I don't know if I'll have enough time for light, but we'll see. I just don't like how Granblue tends to be so heavy on things to do certain months, and then there's like nothing to do certain other months. It's pretty annoying. I wish they would spread things out better. I guess if you're new, there's always things to do. But that's why exactly why it's even worse for new players. At least like I have to do the event and IRTV even on my other accounts, right? But I don't really have to, because I'm done. So at least I have that going for me, I guess. So you've been playing for a little bit then, because you've sat through at least one full rotation. I was under the impression that you were newer than that still. Yeah, it's rough, man. When like there's just so many things at the same time this month for new players. Yeah, it's almost one year soon. What? I actually don't remember the condition for the outfit. I'm not even sure if I have it on my main. Um, there are a couple of free outfits that I forgot to pick up. Uh, Shit happens. Ah, okay. Yeah, I've missed a couple of free outfits. The one that I really regret is Dog's free outfit from like the end of the year event. I got it on alt and then I forgot to pick it up on main because I got it on the alt. That was sad. So, you know, I thought that they were gonna. Yeah, I know. Uh, and the year before, right? Like for several years before that, they had run the previous year's end of year event the following year. So like even that year with the budget skin, right? They had run the Mahira event from the year before. But then last year they didn't rerun it, so I never got the skin. It's just so annoying. Um, I hope they run that skin again sometime because it's such a good skin. And, why should new Bajra owners not get it, right? So I think when they bring Bajra back, they will bring the skin back too. They might bring it back as a SR because they got a lot of flack for not making a SR version of Bajra, right? It actually didn't make any sense why they didn't rerun that event because they've been doing that for several years. There was no reason, right? Like, it was just a simple, not a full-blown event, right? And they already worked on it last year, so I'm not sure why they didn't. Um, Snake next, I guess.
てはやらん。
Give me more fodder. I need so much fodder. Uh,
そうか。少し本気を出す。時空の彼方に消え、滅びを授けよう。
くそ、なぜだ、なぜ。
遊びに行こ
見つけたぞ。
う。少し本気を出す。
it just takes so long to go through that rotation. Sarsa would speed it up, but really you want to get to HL as soon as possible, just so you don't have to do this every day, like minutes doing just that nonsense. I actually don't really understand why there's a HL restriction for these ones. Makes sense for the Magna one, right? But what the hell is this?
時空の彼方に
So new players just get to suffer longer for no reason.
時空の彼方に消え去れ。
くれてはや
I don't think they want new players to suffer, but they're just they made some curious choices back in the day, and they've just not gone back and revisited them. They've actually tried a lot to make the new player experience better, I think. Partly because I think Cygames is one of the few Japanese companies that has now understood. They weren't like this before, but that has now understood that it's better to get new players, more new players.
時空の
It's better to get even if they are not in a super whales or anything. It's better to get cheap players but more players, and it's better to focus on getting new players than just keeping the old players, I
滅
guess.
びを授けよう。
But you have to do both, but it's important to have like new blood coming in, because no matter what you do, you're not gonna keep up with the demands of a veteran player, Like no game developer can keep up with the demands of the veteran player base. So
少し
for the health of the game, they have to keep the new blood coming in. That's it. I do wish they would also focus on endgame a little bit more, especially rather than spending all the money they make from this game into side projects. Spend more on this game itself,
少し
please.
本気を出す。これで 時空の彼方に消え、時空の彼方に消え去れ。
Just more stuff like Lucy.
食べに行きましょう。
Just more stuff like Fasan, So interesting content that requires teamwork or like a lot of thinking. Not just a pushover, Yeah, complicated hard fights. Yeah,
なんだか妙な
complicated. More than complicated is just the type of fight that requires coordination. Or for you to really sit down and learn about the fight. It would also be interesting, if they did some other stuff like a lot of other gacha games have random modes where your characters get used right. Characters that you don't use every day, they're still useful for this or that because they're getting like they're they're farming some materials for you or something like that, right? Without you doing anything else. So that would be nice. More way to use more of the roster, I think that would be nice, not just for in game, but just in general. What happened here? Cecil, I died from my skills. Okay. So probably you'll be logging more actually, maybe faster. Oh no, actually I did that already. Come on. Yeah, yeah, GVF can be really grindy. Yeah, I like the game, but yeah, it can be really grindy. It's just that uh, you don't have to. It depends on the type of player you are, right? Like if you're trying to get to the end game in like 3 months, like I am, then it can start feeling like really grindy. But you can spread it out longer. One option. Another option is you can say, okay, I don't care about this part. I only care about this part. Like optimize for something only. Do I enjoy the grind? I like getting stronger, but I'm not sure if I can say I enjoy it so much as I'm just used to it, I guess. Could be a Stockholm syndrome kind of thing, I don't know. But part of the reason I'm doing this is actually to sort of point out that hey, it's actually not as grindy as you might think. Yeah? Like couple hours here and there. Yeah, but I think like you just spend like a couple hours here and there, most days, and then some days you go a little bit harder, right? Like when there's important events or something, obviously Guild Wars, um, then you can actually stay fairly competitive even in the end game, right? Um, but you're getting like if you want to have all possible weapons in the game, then yeah, that's like a lot of grind. The thing is, you don't need all of that, right? It is a goal for me too, but like I don't think anyone in the world has that actually. Like all possible weapons in the game. Nobody has that because there's so many. Um, just class champion weapons themselves takes forever. No, I don't have every possible weapon. No, I don't have all the CCWs. I have most of them, but I don't have them for all possible elements. There is someone out there who does, a Japanese guy does, except for the very new class champion weapons, I guess. Yeah. Did the new classes actually come with a class champion weapon? I assume they did, but actually didn't hear much about the class champion weapons. I'm not sure. Uh, okay, yeah, that makes more sense because I've never heard about it otherwise. Um, I have the necessary mats. I just haven't gone around and actually made them. No, 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 no. Uh, I still haven't. What have I not farmed? I haven't farmed like some of the bunkles. Like I don't have the chains greed and the Unius greed completely done. Like three-fourths of the way done. And then uh, I actually don't have Gilgamesh Axe. I don't have a Gilgamesh Axe. I don't even know what to say. I actually did that raid a lot. I have like 3000 anime or something, but I just never got it, so I gave up. So I do is, weapons were tradable. So that's something that I really don't like that they have moved towards being, not being able to trade weapons. Like, whenever they added a new series, right, you used to be able to trade it either for anima or for pendants, right? Even if it was really costly, like 4K pendants for M2 weapon. At least there was a way to get it right. But now it's just, if you're, it's possible for you to like never get things because you are unlucky forever. I don't like that. I really don't like that. I I find it very hard to motivate myself for some grind when I understand that, right? But like being able to trade for like let's say 1000 anime, that's fair, no? Because you are expected to get a drop within 1000 anime anyway. It just makes it so that you know that you are gonna have at some point, like if you have like an explicit goal to work towards, because otherwise you're just grinding against the blind window, or like I, I I can't find it easy to motivate even myself to grind when there is not a guaranteed something to work towards. So it just sucks. I wish they would go back towards like having a way to trade weapons. I suppose on my main I could pick up the Gilgamesh Axe from the 6th birthday. Since I only have one 0-star copy. I could pick it up, but I won't. Actually, I don't have anything to pick up because I already had everything else. So I could pick it up, but we'll see. That was the last Celeste, right? Okay, cool. Alright, so I'm gonna end this stream in a little bit. So let me start talking about what we did today, I guess. Okay, so other than the brief, like 30-40 minutes where I talked about all the people, all the characters on the flash. I have a 4th Magistas already. I had it before. I had it in like January or something. But yeah. Okay, so today my goal was just to finish RTB, which means for me it meant just getting all the badges right for that seal. So I did that. I wanted to get all three Kirin and Huanglong weapons from the shop, just from leeching Kirin and Huanglong, and I did that. This tab right weapons, beast weapons. I got all of them. I need to go back and list them again so that I can uncap them, but that needs me to get to HL. Actually, it doesn't, right? I just need to host Kirin and Wang Long. So, come weekend, I'll probably do that. Okay, let me go get that last seal. So I need one more list, and that gives me my second bar. And then this gives me my host for Wang Long. So here, so that was my goal for today. Get all the Kirin and Wang Long weapons from the shop, just from leeching. I did that. Get two golden beast shields so that I can join one Kirin train and one Wang Long train. So that's done as of right now. Then I wanted to get enough nuggets to get the second gold bar, which I did. I think that's here. Alright, so I have 2 gold bars now, which means come Guild Wars I can get 6. That's I'll go for FLV6. Because this is event 6, right? So I think Guild Wars is in like 3 weeks or something like that. So next month this time I should have FLV6. What else was my goal today? Those were my primary goals today, just to get enough pendants to get 2 golden beast seals, one for Kirin train, one for Guanglong train. Hit 200 badges for the same thing, and then some of the pendants were to go towards gold nuggets to get a second gold bar. So I did that. I got all the weapons, and I made a fair bit of progress on main story too. I think I'm on chapter 37. So I think so before, yeah, I think tomorrow I'll try to get to Arkham. Either tomorrow or Saturday. I'll try to get to Arkham. And I'll also try to. Actually, I think I have some fodder now, but one of the goals is to just get my weapons somewhere decent. Skills in general. Man, I'm gonna take that risk. It'll be really funny if I don't get this skill level. I picked Esser. I would recommend picking Sarsa, but I was gonna go pretty ham and dark right away, right? So I felt like I wouldn't really need her, even though today I really missed her. Like the whole, hard grind is much faster with Sarasa, but my plan is to get to rank 101 like this weekend, Saturday or Sunday, and then just do hard plus. At that point, Sarasa is not that important because with Zui and Kololu, I can already do hard myself, right? So Sarasa would not be as valuable as what I thought. So I picked Esser, and I think she did help somewhat because I leased a lot. For example, I leased Kirin and Huanglong. Lots of Kirin and Huanglong today. I plan to do some more, so I think Esser, the placebo might have worked, I don't know. Also, another reason I picked Esser was because the free character, free SSR that I got was Jetta. So now the unfortunate thing is I don't get to uncap her because the event, I don't know why they did that actually. I have no idea why. A gacha character's uncap is based on an event, what the hell. But anyway, And even so, like Esther enables her, right? So um, I picked Esther because I got Zeta pretty much. Just because I had some dark SSS and the only other SSS I had were fire. So I want to, I guess I'll play fire as my side element for now. And today I got more fire characters, so I guess it's meant to be. This account is going to be dark main, fire sub, um, and we'll go to HL with that. Um, but yeah, I pretty much finished my goal for today, so I will be ending the stream. Thank you guys for coming along. Um, I guess I'll just wait for this quest to finish. But yeah, over the weekend I'll try to like figure out some of the things like getting the various different bots that you need for music moderation, etc. I'll try to set those up because I'm actually really ridiculously busy. uh, this was a kind of a questionable choice in life to start this, but I felt like it. And it's just that there were so many good things for new players, you know, at the same time. So I just wanted to make a point about, hey, um, if you start at a good time, then even a brand new account can get really strong really fast. But I think even if you don't start during anniversary like this, as long as you follow some of the ideas right, a new player should be able to get fairly strong fairly fast. Um, but of course, my recommendation for actual new players is just play the game, like not even look up any guides or anything like that for like first couple of weeks. Just play the game, enjoy it for what it is, um, enjoy the aesthetics, figure out if you actually like the game, and then if you are okay, okay now this is starting to get like interesting, and I want to get stronger faster or something like that, and that's when you should like look up stuff, and I think that's when even then like if you're a brand new player, I think there are better resources than this, but I think you can use this as a reference if you're an intermediate level player, or if you are like a couple of months in or something and you want to see how you can optimize your like farm or something like that, right? How you can optimize the grind towards the end game. And I think I will try to discuss a lot of the things that come up along the way. So yeah, I hope more people will come and find it useful or something. But yeah, for tonight I'm done. I got a lot of stuff to do on my other accounts and also for work and stuff. So thank you guys for coming along. I will see you tomorrow at 7 p.m. PST. So that's in about 22 hours. Alright, thanks guys.